Good morning and welcome everyone to the online presentation of the 2021 Annual Peace Conference. I'm Ron Todd Meyer. I'm president of the Board of Nebraskans for Peace, and I want to, as many of you already know, NFP has had a change of leadership in the state coordinator's position. Tim Rinna, who served as state coordinator for 28 years, retired this past summer. And I want to recognize and acknowledge Tim's leadership and accomplishment in expanding NFP's vision of peacemaking and justice. Brittany Cooper, who's had 11 years of experience as the NFP's office manager, accepted the new position of NFP coordinator. She has done a fantastic job of organizing and coordinating this 2021 Peace Conference. And today is also Brittany's birthday, so I think we all want to wish her a very happy birthday, and I'm sure she will be celebrating after the conclusion of this conference. This annual Peace Conference, again, is being co-sponsored by the University of Nebraska at Omaha's Grace Abbott School of Social Work. And this year we are excited again to offer up to 3 continuing education credits to all certified masters of social work and licensed mental health practitioners in Iowa and Nebraska. A survey will be made available on our Facebook page after this event to those in need of the CEUs. For more information, you can email our state office at nfpstate@nebraskansforpeace.org or call the office at 402-475-4620. Today, in both the morning and afternoon segments, we will be addressing some of the issues that have guided NFP's work over the past half century. Nuclear weapons abolitions and reducing the Pentagon budget, calling out discrimination, passing positive immigration laws, and Nebraska's need for action as we face a very changing climate. We will be celebrating our past while taking steps now to prepare for the enormous challenges that lie ahead. Thank you for joining us today as we continue our nonstop work of peacemaking and seeking justice. And now to Mike.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? My name is Mike Simrod with Red Rebel Media. I'm the host for today's conference. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much to everybody, and happy birthday, Brittany. Wonderful. I did not know that. Happy birthday. Fantastic. So it's my pleasure to be here. Like I said, Kevin Martin. Kevin is the president of, he's our keynote speaker today, Kevin Martin. I'm excited to welcome him on here in just a second. Kevin is the president of the Peace Action and Peace Action Education Fund. Peace Action is the country's largest peace and disarmament organization with over 200,000 supporters nationwide. In addition to his role with Peace Action, Kevin convenes to the Korea Peace Network, a national grassroots effort of peace, faith-based veterans, and Korean American organizations advocating for peace and reconciliation on the Korean Peninsula. Kevin will talk about the nuclear threat we face in the Heartland and his keynote, Nuclear Sponge in the Heartland? No, thank you. Peace is not an awful lot to ask. All right, I welcome Kevin. Here he is. Kevin Martin, folks.
Thank you, Mike. It's great to be with you. This is, I believe, the 3rd time I've spoken to NFP's annual conference, and let's hope it's the last time we have to do it online. Let's hope we're able to do it in person the next time. As part of my role, the national organization, the president of Peace Action, it's a real pleasure and an honor, really, to connect with so many great grassroots organizations all around this country. And one of the things is that I take very seriously about my job is to be supportive and also to acknowledge organizations such as yourselves going through transitions. I want to add my appreciation for Tim Rinna. I didn't realize it had been 28 years. That's quite something. But it's wonderful for the organization to have Brittany be able to step into the role of state coordinator, and happy birthday as well to Brittany. And also that Susan Alleman has been on your staff for 20 years. Not many nonprofits can boast that kind of stability among their staff over time. And so that's a real boon for Nebraskans for Peace. And of course, talking about transitions, the very sad news of Leo Yankton's recent passing. My condolences to all of you at NFP and to all who loved him. What an incredible individual, and my condolences to all. But I'm sure his teachings and everything that you learned working with him will last a very long time, and his legacy will be so strong. And I'm so glad that you're going to be honoring him later in the program. I just wish that he were here with us today to receive that honor. I'm going to talk a little bit about a national and international overview of where we stand on peace and disarmament issues, and then get into something that's much more local, regional, right there in your backyard. Reflecting on the last year, life in the United States is different in two very tangible ways that ought to make progress towards the abolition of nuclear weapons more possible. A new president, and of course, the awful coronavirus pandemic. Unfortunately, that does not yet appear to be the case, but of course, it is up to us to make changes to the conditions we find ourselves in. The reality of the pandemic, while it has laid bare not only health disparities, but also racial and economic inequality in the United States, should provide urgency to the issue of cutting funding for nuclear weapons, military spending overall, and I'll talk about that a little bit, in order to invest in human needs. While the Biden administration certainly deserves credit compared to its predecessor to address the pandemic, and also to revive the economy in terms of investments in infrastructure, its proposal to actually boost Pentagon spending above the Trump increases is shameful and a lost opportunity. And Congress, so far, may be even going worse. The House has proposed $20 billion on top of the increase that Biden had already proposed. A president with vision could say, hey, and Biden says hey a lot. He likes to talk in a jocular fashion. What do we need all these missiles and tanks and aircraft carriers for? The threats to America are the pandemic, racial and economic inequality, and climate catastrophe. Let's devote our resources to addressing those problems, not to start another arms race with ourselves. That's really what it is. We may talk about Russia or China or other threats, but we're in an arms race with ourselves. Nobody can keep up with us. Needless to say, Biden has fallen short of that so far. He has had some successes in foreign and military policy. Renewing the New START treaty with Russia was very important. Trump had really screwed that up. Within the first weeks in office, we had to renew that treaty with Russia. Otherwise, there would have been no existing nuclear weapons limitation treaties. Rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, the World Health Organization, the UN Human Rights Council were all good. But there were fairly minimal moves to re-engage in international agreements after Trump's foolish policies. Rejoining the Iran anti-nuclear deal is taking far too long and seems at least somewhat in jeopardy, though in the last week there have been calls both by the US and Iran to get back into negotiations in Vienna. Similarly, the Biden administration has yet to engage in a serious way on negotiations with North Korea. Again, an issue that Trump at least seemed like he might have a good initiative and then screwed up royally. And time is really ticking because President Moon Jae-in of South Korea, who has been a steadfast partner for peace, has only 1 year, maybe less than a year left in his term. So we need to re-engage North Korea on negotiations for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Lastly, in addition to the outrageous $750 billion Pentagon budget proposed by Biden, the interim national security strategy released a few months ago looks like mostly an attempt to reassure U.S. and global elites that after Trump, the United States can be counted on to revert to sort of a garden variety U.S. imperialism with a heavy dose of China threat mongering, as China is the only plausible reason to keep the U.S. war machine on a permanent high alert. Now, I would say that none of this is particularly surprising, as Biden with the possible exception of the first George Bush, is as entrenched in the national security establishment as any president could be. In fact, maybe more so, given his decades in the Senate, including chairing the Foreign Relations Committee and also his 8 years as vice president. Now, some in Washington have tried to claim that the enormous Pentagon budget and interim national security strategy are mere placeholders, and that in a year or so, Biden and his staff will put their own thinking into policy, perhaps even changing nuclear weapons orthodoxy in the next nuclear posture review, which is ongoing, at least in the early stages. But there are not good signs so far on that. To me, it looks more like a president who is content to just let the war machine continue to operate on autopilot as usual. But we can't afford to let that happen, or to wait around for some hoped-for Biden turnabout, which to me seems like magical thinking. There was a headline of a recent article in National Defense, and it put it succinctly: Biden to stay the course on nuclear weapons modernization. And in the Pentagon budget documents themselves, which I don't recommend you spend a lot of time poring over Pentagon budget documents, but here's an excerpt, quote, modernizing the nation's nuclear delivery, command and control, and communication systems is the Defense Department's #1 priority. Veteran Pentagon budget analyst Todd Harrison noted, quote, there's going to be very little change in nuclear modernization plans for the Obama administration, to the Trump administration, to the Biden administration. The big modernization programs are planning to continue on track. So it looks like regardless of who is in the White House, longstanding U.S. nuclear and conventional weapons policy practically guarantee global proliferation of nuclear weapons. And the so-called modernization, which is an upgrade and an overhaul of our entire nuclear weapons complex, is slated to cost, the estimates are 1.7 trillion, but it'll probably be more than that, 2 trillion or more over the next 30 years. And this is exacerbating the problem. All other the nuclear powers predictably have followed suit in a ruinous new arms race that nobody wants or can afford. Now, I thought about putting together a few slides, but the problem is a lot of them are sort of depressing. So I just want to put up one here, and let me just make sure the technology is going to let me do this. And I'm going to move to talking about something that is closer to home for you there in Nebraska, the new nuclear modernization missile, the ICBM, the so-called GBSD, or ground-based nuclear deterrent. Let me just make sure I got the right one here. No, that's not it. Okay. Oh, it's giving me problems. Mike, you're not seeing the map, are you? Okay. I should have gotten this technology together better before I tried to do this. Are you seeing this map now?
No, I'm not at the moment. No.
Okay. Let me just bag that then. My fault for not checking on the technology. It's a map that shows the ICBMs, the intercontinental nuclear weapons, and the base that's actually in Wyoming, but that has missile fields, missile silos in the western panhandle of Nebraska. So it's in Wyoming, but then also Nebraska and Colorado, and then the other missile silos that currently have the Minuteman III missiles in, and maybe I'll do this at the end, but in North Dakota and Montana. So it's not new in that the missile silos have been there since 1959, but the upgraded missiles that are going to cost so much of our tax dollars that are supposed to go in probably in the next 5 or 6 years. So I want to pivot to that issue, and this is from an op-ed that Paul Olson and I had in the Omaha World Herald on July 24th. And the one thing we didn't talk about is Stratcom, but maybe that can come up later. We didn't mention that in the article, and there was a reason we didn't at the time, but it's probably worth talking about in the Q&A. Most people have probably not heard the term nuclear sponge before. I had not heard it until recently. And it refers to Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, and North Dakota, where the US nuclear missiles, the ICBMs, are currently based in silos, serving as a sponge of sorts, really a target, for nuclear attacks by either Russia or China or whoever it is. And the idea is that missiles in these states would be targeted since the adversary knows exactly where they are and would seek to destroy them before they could be launched in a nuclear war. So they become a target, a very destabilizing one. As such, these missiles would draw at least some fire away from other natural targets, such as the national capital in Washington, D.C., or other large population centers. And I'm dumb enough to live in the Washington, D.C. area, so if there's a nuclear war, I expect that I would be a target. But I don't think you in Nebraska or folks in Wyoming should expect that you would be nuclear targets. Nobody asked the people in the Nebraska panhandle or the other target states if they wanted to consent to be part of a nuclear sponge, or more accurately, a target. Largely forgotten but not gone, 400 Minuteman III ICBMs have been in the silos since 1959, despite the Cold War having ended nearly 30 years ago. Now comes this strange Lovian plan to replace those missiles with new ones, the program again dubbed the GBSD, Ground-Based Strategic Deterrent, or more properly, we call it the money pit missile because it is just a huge money pit of our tax dollars. Projected cost is $264 billion for the whole program, but it'll more likely be much more than that, and that's according to the Congressional Budget Office. The overall cost, as I mentioned, of upgrading the entire nuclear weapons complex, 1.7 trillion over 30 years. And as I said before, the three successive administrations, including the current one, seem unconcerned about the cost, or more importantly, the opportunity cost. What should we be doing with that money instead? Surely, were there a national referendum on priorities, people would choose addressing climate chaos and pandemics, remedying racial and economic inequality, and creating green jobs over this nuclear weapons forever plan. And of course, these weapons are supposed to be only for deterrence, and it's curious that they actually put the word deterrent in the name of the missile. They've never done that before. And they're designed to never be used, right? They're designed to rust in peace. Of course, if there were a nuclear war, all life on Earth could be at risk. Even a limited nuclear war, for instance, between India and Pakistan, could cause nuclear winter, threatening the global food and water supply. Now, I don't like to talk about the strategy so much around nuclear weapons because I think they should all be gone by 5 o'clock this afternoon. We should be getting rid of all of them. But the idea about the ICBMs is that they are a stationary target, and because other countries know exactly where they are, they become destabilizing because the impetus becomes to use them before you lose them, because they could be because they could be destroyed in their silos by the enemy, whoever the enemy is. The other two legs of the triad, the long-range bombers, the airplanes that are also in the Midwest and the Heartland for the most part, and the nuclear submarines are much harder to target. The bombers can be scrambled into the air, so they are not sitting duck targets for an attack, and the submarines are stealthy, hiding deep in the world's ocean. So the sponge or the target element are unique to the ICBM force. Perhaps if people in these 5 states were fully aware of and consented to this arrangement, that would be copacetic. But no such consent was ever sought nor granted. And it's mostly the foreign policy elites, mostly on the East Coast, who know or care little about the everyday concerns of folks in the Heartland and the Mountain West who make these decisions. Joe Biden has astutely talked about building a foreign policy for the middle class, but unfortunately appears to be the same old foreign and military policy for the weapons contractors. And again, he already proposed an increase, $753 billion to the Pentagon budget. That's an increase over Trump's increases. And at least the House now has talked about a $20 billion increase over that. The lead contractor on this money pit missile is Northrop Grumman. And not surprisingly, it has spent millions in congressional lobbying and campaign contributions. I don't look a lot at the weapons contractors, what they're doing, but they're one of the worst in a lot of ways. They got a $13 billion contract for this weapon system. And one of the ways they did it is they bought the company that does the rocket fuel, the solid rocket fuel that you need to launch the missile. They bought that company. So, and that's the only company that does that. And so I think it was either Lockheed Martin or Boeing, who was the competitor for the contract, pulled out because they said, well, this isn't fair. We can't compete. You bought the company that makes the solid rocket fuel that you need for the missile. So, we're out of here. This is a rigged bid. And they spend something like $25 million a year on lobbying in Congress, and they have 57 full-time paid lobbyists. Northrop Grumman does. So it's a great return on investment. They spend, that was just over a 2-year period, 2019 and 2020. They're spending $25 million on lobbying Congress, and they get a $13 billion contract. So this is all craziness. And the idea of a nuclear sponge, Paul and I in our writing, we talked about let's wring out the sponge. Let's take responsibility and take the lead in making Nebraska and the region and the country and the world safer. Let's stop the ground-based strategic deterrent. And while we're at it, why not get rid of the whole ICBM leg of the nuclear triad? Senator Ed Markey, Democrat from Massachusetts, and U.S. Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, earlier this year introduced what they call the ICBM Act, but they changed what the meaning of ICBM was, investing in cures before missiles, to cut funding for the Money Pit missile and instead refurbish the existing Minuteman missiles as needed. And there are studies that are saying you could do that through the year 2050. So you could take the existing missiles and upgrade them, make them more secure, etc. Now, again, I want to get rid of all of them today, but as an alternative to spending all this money on a new missiles, why not just improve the ones that are there? And the investing in cures before missiles is that they would take that money and instead invest in a universal coronavirus vaccine. So the main thing, though, that of course the United States should be doing is moving towards abolishing nuclear weapons worldwide, and the treaty on the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, which Peace Action and other NGOs around the world worked with governments to create this treaty that was signed at the UN in 2017 and came into force earlier this year. There are 86 countries, it may actually be closer to 90 now, that have agreed to join this treaty. That's what we should be moving toward, not building new missiles, new submarines, new planes to threaten human survival. And when it comes down to this, it sort of gets lumped in as a progressive issue or whatever, but it really isn't. It's about human survival. Now, just recently, the House of Representatives was doing its work on the defense bill, the Defense Authorization Act. There was an amendment by John Garamendi of California. He picked up on Ro Khanna's bill, and this was in the Defense Authorization Bill to cut the funding for the ground-based strategic deterrent. It lost 299 to 118. Not surprisingly, all your representatives in Nebraska voted wrong, but even my representatives in liberal Maryland, I think only 2 voted right on this, voted for the Garamendi amendment. So we have quite a lot of work to do. 118 doesn't sound too bad, but we're going to have to keep working on this issue, and we'll have another opportunity when it gets to the Senate. Now, as I said before, it'll probably be 5 or 6 years until the new missiles are actually deployed in the silos. So we're maybe in the 3rd inning of the baseball game, if you want to use that analogy. And we have had some success in the past. And what I want to leave you with are a few ideas, and then I welcome questions or comments about how we think we can defeat this stupid program. I think there certainly will be environmental issues raised, but it's not probably going to be a huge issue because, again, all they're doing is taking the old missiles out of the silos that already exist and putting the new ones in. Not that there won't be some construction, et cetera, but it's not necessarily a huge environmental disruption, although there will be attempts to use environmental impact statements to try to slow down the program. We did have a success long ago at this point, late 70s, early 80s, in stopping the MX missile. And it might be instructive of how we might be able to stop this new missile. So I don't think there'll be one particular strategy that'll work. The cost itself may be part of the problem, not just for the nuclear weapons themselves, but also within the Defense Department. There is going to be, and even longtime hawks have acknowledged this, there's going to be pressure within the defense budget itself between the nuclear weapons costs and the conventional weapons costs. Now, I don't care so much about that. I care much more about the opportunity cost of investing in human and environmental needs. That will also be a factor. The MX missile back in the day, it was partly the cost, but it was more the crazy idea that Reagan had. Well, it started even before Reagan, but they wanted to build 200 of these missiles, and they had an idea for a mobile basing mode that they called a racetrack. It was going to be in Nevada and Utah, and what it was going to be was a mobile idea where the missiles themselves could be put on trolleys or trucks. I'm not even sure I remember which. And they would move them around between different silos so that the Soviet Union at the time wouldn't exactly know where the missiles were on any particular day. Well, that was a cockamamie scheme. And even in conservative states like Utah and Nevada at the time, you had ranchers who were against this because they didn't want to see their land torn up. And even in the end, you had the Mormon Church come out against it, although it was pretty late in the game. And the Mormon Church, even though it's very conservative, does have at least some strain of peace within it. And then the MX, we were able to cancel that mobile basing mode, that cockamamie scheme, cut it back from 200 missiles to 50. And then those 50 were bargained away in an arms control treaty. So there are no MX missiles deployed at this point. So there were a number of factors that came together to defeat, that missile. And then again, it was bargained away at the end. So I think that history provides some ideas about how we might be able to defeat this program. And again, for me, the key is to keep up the pressure, not only to stop this program and to stop other elements of the nuclear weapons modernization, but to raise the call for the abolition of nuclear weapons, and that's the way we need to go toward. And in that regard, Biden at least does have a pretty solid record when he was in the Senate and also as vice president at supporting arms reduction treaties. He needs to get on that. It's his job now as the president of the United States. He's made some good overtures to Russia, but nothing yet about negotiating for further cuts in nuclear weapons. So what I'd like to do now is pause from that overview. There's certainly other things I could have gotten into, but I'd rather hear your comments, questions, or concerns about these issues. I can also talk about other issues, including I did mention the Iran nuclear deal briefly, and also Yemen, the United States, horrible support for the Saudi Arabia-led coalition that is taking such a horrible humanitarian toll in Yemen. I can tell you a little bit about the state of that in Congress and the administration. But let me stop and hear what you have to say.
Okay, so Kevin, I'm just going to read you some of the comments. We've had some folks have posted some links to the map of the ICBM locations. So if you jump on, that was Mark Welsh gave us that. Thank you, Mark. Kathy Woodward, Niece also posted a link there from omaha.com. So there's also a comment from Lois Todd Meyer. She says, I have an acquaintance who lives in Scotts Bluff. She recently made a comment about engineers who will be working on the silo project are already buying, building homes and moving in.
That's not surprising to me. Excuse me. And if you look at the Northrop Grumman website, their awful propaganda about the program, they try to play up that this is going to be a job creator. And they even say they're hiring in a few different locations. And I don't know if they said Scotts Bluff. They may have said Bellevue. Is Bellevue actually where Stratcom is, or Stratcom in Omaha? I'm not sure. So it could be either. Huntsville, Alabama, where there are more engineers supposedly than any place in the country. Northrop has a facility there. And that could be engineers and also people working on the missiles themselves. But they don't make grandiose claims, at least now. They did make sort of bigger claims before about how many jobs the program might create. And of course, the weapons contractors always trot that out. The idea, though, is what's the opportunity cost, both in terms of what do those communities that have the missiles really need, but also what would it be if we put the money into something else? And if you go back, and I've been doing this work a long time, you go back at least to the 70s, every independent study that's not funded by weapons contractors will show that you put the same amount of money into nuclear weapons or Pentagon spending, whatever it is, versus anything else. The anything else creates more jobs and economic opportunity, and there's solid reasons for that. And the best is education. So if you take the same amount of money, put it in weapons spending, put it instead in education, you create 2.5 times more jobs. That's been true for a long time, and that was the most recent study by the University of Massachusetts. Could have been 5 or 6 years ago. But again, this goes back consistently 40 years or more.
Okay, we had a question. What is the most urgent 3 things we citizens and Nebraskans for Peace should be doing? That's from Mark Welsh.
Well, I think you're going to figure that out the rest of the conference, and it far be it for me to tell you what you should be doing. On this program, it's very difficult because of the politics of Nebraska. Your senators and representatives are not going to be allies in trying to kill this program. So I think public education around this and what the threat is. Now, the threat is acute to you there in Nebraska because of the weapons, but it's a threat to the entire world. And I think, again, you could say that, we're a relatively politically conservative state. We have Stratcom here. We're very much bought into, unfortunately, the war machine. But this is about human survival. It's not about left or right. It's not about those sort of traditional notions of politics. So I think educating on these issues is important. I do think it's important not to just let your Congress people get away scot-free. I think you do have to hold them accountable and say, this is not in our interests. We're against this, and we want you to work instead to take that money to put it into renewable energy, towards addressing the pandemic, towards human needs, et cetera. They're not going to respond positively. Your senators are not going to be any better, but I don't think you can let them off the hook. And we're going to be doing, Peace Action is going to be doing a second lobby day in November. And you can join us for that and set up lobby visits with your senators and reps, but you don't have to wait for that. You can let them know that. And then the other thing I think is good, and one of the things is there hasn't been a huge grassroots outcry on this issue yet, but there's been decent media coverage. And when I drafted this op-ed and I showed it to Tim and Paul, I was kind of surprised that they thought, oh, the Omaha World Herald might publish it, and they did. So I think letters to the editor or other ways to raise this in the media. I think there was also a good radio show in Nebraska that addressed this issue. So even though this hasn't become a huge grassroots issue, there has been decent media coverage. So I think that's also worth pursuing, is getting more about this issue out there in the media, because I would guess a lot of people in Nebraska don't know much about this. And that's certainly true of folks in the other states that I've been working with as well.
So a few years ago, Congressman Jeff Fortenberry, CD1, received an award from Friends Committee for National Legislation for his work against nuclear proliferation, which he has stated is a big concern of his. Yes, Stratcom is located in Bellevue. Scottsbluff is about 25 miles from the Wyoming border, says Mary Spurgeon.
I know Tim has told me in the past that Fortenberry has been somewhat sympathetic on some of the issues. I know I think he's been better on environmental issues and food security. He's important. He's been in Congress for quite a while, and he's on some of the more important committees. I think he's not going to be a leader on this issue, but if the issue does seem to turn, there are other things that could happen too. Problems with the missile itself, with the production, with the solid fuel. They have to develop the solid fuel. They're doing that in Utah at Hill Air Force Base. And then they have to do the flight testing, which they do in California, Vandenberg. So there are various points in the program where there could be failures or mistakes or cost overruns, certainly. So keeping an eye on those things. And Fortenberry, at a certain point, even if he's a leader, might behind the scenes raise some concerns. But right now, it'd probably be political death for him or any other Nebraska politician to publicly oppose the program.
Okay, what do you find are some of the biggest arguments against nuclear disarmament that Congress people should, or Congress people use to keep constituents on board with? How do we counter those arguments?
I think fear and, pumping up the fear of China now, for example. I think ignorance. I think there's a expertise, like even though Congress works for us, we pay their salaries. They work for us. nuclear weapons are a very difficult issue in terms of expertise. Well, we know more than you do, and I'm privy to classified information that you don't have, blah, blah, blah. So what? They work for us, and it's our tax dollars, and they should be, spending our tax dollars the right way. I think one of the other big problems, though, that we face is ignorance. Nuclear weapons are a very difficult and depressing issue for a lot of people to address. A few years ago, it might have been 5 years or more, it was during the Obama administration, it was pre-Trump. There was a public opinion survey that asked Americans a simple question: how many nuclear weapons do we have? And the average answer came back between 300 and 400. That would have been true if the survey was conducted in France, but it wasn't in France. It was in the United States. At the time, we probably had total between 7,000 and 8,000, maybe 9,000 total nuclear warheads. Now, the START treaty says we can only deploy 1,550 currently, but then we have spares and we have warheads that are awaiting dismantlement. Just this week, the Biden administration got some credit for announcing the official number of the nuclear weapons stockpile, how many warheads we have, 3,700 and some. But there are more than that, actually, because, again, there are spares and there are ones awaiting dismantlement. So the fact that people are so ignorant that they thought 300 to 400 nuclear weapons when we really have, multiple times that, that's a hurdle for us all to overcome.
Wow. That was from Susan Alleman. Thank you so much, Susan. Let's move to this one. Isn't the long end game to push for international treaties that will reduce the number of nuclear weapons in all countries? At some point, we need to reach zero.
I agree. And between colleagues and supporters in peace action, sometimes there's a little bit of a push and pull, which is fine by me. Excuse me. In terms of, should we only be talking about the treaty on the prevention of nuclear weapons, which is very inspiring. And that's really what we want. Canceling this or that weapon system is only a step on the way. I don't think we can afford to pick or choose. I think you have to walk and chew gum at the same time, because even if nuclear weapons are never used, and you can't be sure of that, there have been so many close calls or near misses when the world could have been plunged into catastrophe. And reading about all of those, both in the United States and Soviet Union and others, is very chilling. Even if nuclear weapons are never used, the opportunity cost is unacceptable to me. I mean, look at everything humanity faces right now with climate chaos, pandemics, racial and economic inequality. There's so much we can and should be doing to put our resources to address those problems and creating a better society. To me, a better society is not one that survives but ignores so many pressing needs and just doesn't have a nuclear war. That's not acceptable to me. So I think holding out the inspiration of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, while also working to get our representatives to better represent us and our priorities and what our tax dollars should be put toward, rather than nuclear weapons forever and endless war machine and 800 foreign military bases around the world. We just can't afford this anymore.
Thank you, Mark, for that question. Here's a question from Henry. Do you foresee a nuclear weapons race?
Well, it's already happening. As I said, the nuclear weapons modernization, which is a bad word because modern, that sounds good. We want modern, right? It really started the most recent phase of it under the Obama administration. And you can say it's hardly ever paused, even though the Cold War's been over for 30 years. So the Obama administration, in exchange for the Senate ratifying the important but relatively modest New START treaty, agreed to embark on this so-called nuclear weapons modernization program. Again, the estimate is $1.7 trillion over 30 years. And there are some arguments, did we start it or did Russia start it? Did they start their modernization program before ours? I don't really care. The point is all 9 nuclear weapons nations have now done the same. Every single nuclear weapons nation is working on upgrading, modernizing their entire nuclear arsenal. And here in the United States, it's the bomb factories that actually make the warheads. It's the missiles, it's the silos, it's the planes, it's the submarines, all of it, soup to nuts. And nuts is the right word because it's nuts. This puts humanity at risk. And again, It's an extreme distortion of what our human environmental needs are. So that arms race, unfortunately, is ongoing. And again, the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons is the antidote, but we've also got to stop this craziness, this new arms race in its tracks. Pardon me.
Okay. That kind of does it for the questions coming in, unless somebody else has some. Please feel free to comment. This is a live broadcast, so we are taking all questions at the moment. I guess my question personally is about leadership. How important is having a leader that, comes off as caring and believes in peace?
I think it's very important, but they have to back that up with action. So President Obama, for example, he got the Nobel Peace Prize basically for making a speech about peace. And a colleague of mine said, do they give the Nobel Prize for medicine to a scientist who makes a speech about curing cancer? No, they don't, right? Obama talked about the peace and security of a world without nuclear weapons. And then he said, but it might not happen in my lifetime. If you said that about any other issue, people would say you're not serious, right? Oh, let's have great schools for all kids, but it might not happen in my lifetime. Let's address climate change, but it might not happen in my lifetime. So I'm not for that kind of leadership which is not backed up by action. Some people think in some ways that Biden could end up being better than Obama because of his experience and because he's sort of more realistic about Washington politics. I think if he got together with Putin and with China and with some of the other nuclear states and said, I understand all this stuff pretty well. I was in the Senate forever. I was vice president for 8 years. I've supported various arms control treaties, arms reduction treaties, and we can't afford this anymore. Maybe I'm not going to go as far as saying we should all sign the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, but let's stop this nuclear modernization in its tracks. And let's get at least the US and Russia to get down to 1,000 or fewer nuclear warheads. I think he could totally get that done. Now, the Republicans would whine and complain. And the problem now with the partisan divide, if it's a treaty, you can't get 2/3 of the Senate to agree that the sky is blue at this point. And the Republicans wouldn't want to hand Biden a victory. But I do think presidential leadership on this is important, but it also has to be because people are demanding it. I don't think you can just wait for a benign ruler who has that power. And another way to think about this, particularly with nuclear weapons, no human being should have this power. I wouldn't trust Gandhi with nuclear weapons. I wouldn't trust Martin Luther King with nuclear weapons. There's a great book, a supporter of ours, a Harvard professor named Elaine Scarry, and it's called Nuclear Monarchy. And she lays out the case very clearly that it is unacceptable for the president of the United States or the president of France or the leader of China or Russia or whoever, for one person, and in this case men, to have the authority to start a nuclear war that could end all life on Earth. And so in addition to trying to cut some of these programs and pushing for cuts in nuclear weapons, taking away the authority for a president to start a nuclear war. There have been some bills in Congress. We'll continue to support these. And this started even before Trump. A lot of people thought, well, this is because people are scared of Trump. It actually started before Trump. And there are bills in Congress that would say that the president cannot start a nuclear war without authorization from Congress, which of course, Congress is supposed to authorize any wars to begin with. Also, if the United States would declare a no first use policy, which is something Biden could do, and that we will be working on him to do that. And there are some bills in Congress as well. He could announce that tomorrow, that the United States will not be the first country ever to use nuclear weapons, or we won't be the second country, or we won't do it again, because of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened, and that was the United States. He could announce that. Now, that would be somewhat symbolic, and a future president could reverse that, but that could also be something that you could sign a treaty on no first use with, say, Russia and China and other nuclear states. So I do think that Biden could, if he chose to make this a priority, make real progress, and it would be wildly successful. There's a great story about in 1963, John Kennedy was traveling around the country, and it was after he had signed the limited nuclear test ban treaty. And he was so amazed that people were so grateful. He didn't think this was an issue that people cared about. And he said he wished he had pushed harder at the time for a total ban on testing. He and the Soviet Union were very close. They were only disagreeing over the number of inspections that would be allowed. And he said if he had known how much people cared about this and supported it, he would have pushed harder with the Soviet Union and gotten the limited test ban treaty to be a complete comprehensive test ban treaty. It took until Clinton to actually sign the comprehensive test ban treaty. So it took that much longer. So I think sometimes while these issues aren't top of mind for voters and politicians don't put a lot of credit in it because of that, that it would be wildly successful and people would respond well to that, very well to that leadership.
Wow. Thank you for that. This is a lovely comment here. I'm going to put up on the screen. I'm very impressed with the knowledge, expertise, and articulation of our speaker. Thank you. It's very nice of you, Marilyn. Thank you. Okay. We have a couple more questions here in just a few more minutes, about 4 minutes to be exact. So, was there a woman recently fired from the DoD who wanted to question and review the nuclear capability of the U.S.?
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous development. I'm glad you asked that. Leonore Tamero is her name. I've known her for quite a while. She's worked in the past for some of our colleagues here in Washington, very knowledgeable, very astute, very committed to ending nuclear weapons. She was hired. She worked also in the Obama administration, and she'd also worked in House Representatives. She was hired to be the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Weapons and Missile Defense Policy. And it was her job to oversee the Nuclear Posture Review, which is a review that every new president has to do of U.S. nuclear weapons policy. She was basically forced out by conservative hawks in the Pentagon who didn't want her because she actually cares about limiting and getting rid of nuclear weapons. So Biden put her in place and some other good people in place. The thinking is that Biden and his top level of deputies have not been super engaged on this issue. Obviously, they have a lot of other issues they're working on. So it is a problem that she was forced out. We're hoping that she might get a job somewhere else in the administration, in the State Department or the National Security Council, but it shows how strong the forces of status quo of keeping nuclear weapons forever are in the Pentagon, also the Department of Energy. It was a very troubling development. There's plenty of this to happen just in the last week, and there's plenty of news coverage of that.
Wow. One more last question real quick. Thank you for that, Lois. We appreciate that. Here is one more last question coming in from Henry. Would you comment on Iran and its direction to make nuclear weapons, although Iran has claimed that it does not pursue it?
I think the way to deal with this is for the Biden administration, and they did issue a statement yesterday that they want to resume the negotiations in Vienna with Iran to get the United States, which we're the problem. Trump pulled out of the Iran anti-nuclear deal to get us back in the deal. And I think that can and should happen. I think there are political reasons that both sides need to look tough or play hardball, but in the end, both sides need it to happen. And then I want us to look beyond that. So freezing Iran's program so that they can't get nuclear weapons is the minimal that we need to do. We should have a better, more friendly relationship with the government and the people of Iran. There are a lot of common interests that the United States and Iran have in the region and the world, and we can't have this ongoing tension forever, and that Iran has to be in the penalty box forever, and this unholy trinity of the U.S. and Israel and Saudi Arabia versus Iran in the region. And even Saudi Arabia has come to understand that this is unsustainable. So we should have done this already. Biden should have made this one of his priorities to get us back into the Iran anti-nuclear deal. Hopefully it will happen over the next month or two. And then again, I think we should look beyond that to better relations overall with Iran, because I just don't think that the U.S. and the Iranian people have any interest in this permanent state of competition or hostility.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, one last one here. Was radiation released when Israel caused the nuclear centrifuge to spin out of control with a computer virus? That's interesting.
I've not seen reporting on that. That certainly can always be a concern, but I shouldn't guess on that. I really don't know.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for all the questions, everybody. This was so great. Kevin, thank you so much. Where can people find you if they need to ask you any questions or find further information out about you?
Peaceaction.org is our website. Our Facebook page as well is another good place to find us.
Okay.
And again, I mentioned that we're going to be doing lobby days in November. And if you want to sign up for our action alerts or to donate, you can go to our website. But don't donate until you've donated to Nebraskans for Peace. Make sure you do that first. And then, of course, if you want to support National Peace Action, we'd love to have your support as well.
Fantastic. You heard it here, folks. Thank you so much, Kevin, for being with us today. And you have a lovely rest of your morning and afternoon, and have a good weekend. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Take care. All right, folks. We are going to move on to this morning's workshop, which will address racism and critical race theory. And this is with Alexis Sherman. So Alexis is an expert in educational advancement with over 20 years of experience in multicultural education, leadership roles, and active student-centered programs. And she's a joy with a great smile, and I'd love to welcome her on. Alexis Sherman, here she is. Hello, Alexis.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Okay, I will give you the mic. Have
All right,
fun.
thank you. I'm going to try to share my screen. See if we can do this correctly. Can you see it yet?
Not yet. Can you hit that share plus button on the bottom of the actual browser window? There you go. Okay. There you go.
Well, thank you. Hello. Again, my name is Alexis Sherman, and today I'm going to discuss critical race theory, also known as CRT. But before we begin, I think it's important to note that critical race theory is an academic legal theory, and I am by no means an academic legal scholar, nor would I say that I'm a critical race theorist. So today you just get to hear my take and thoughts on CRT. So let's get started. If you haven't heard, critical race theory has been a popular topic of conversations at school board meetings, with our political leaders, and among academics. So before we dive into the theory, let me introduce you to a few of the major contributors. Critical race theory began to develop in academics' critical legal study circles soon after Derek Bell left Harvard, right around the 1980s. And one of the reasons Bell left was because the school would not hire more tenure-track faculty of color. So a little bit more about Derek Bell. Derek Bell really had a large contribution to the conversation around critical race theory. His book, Race, Racism, and American Law, is considered to be the foundation of critical race theory and explores how racism is coded into legal doctrine and institutions. So another contributor is Richard Delgado. And Richard Delgado wrote an article called The Imperial Scholar. And it was such an important piece because it looked at the citation patterns of white legal scholars. And he discovered that white legal scholars were citing other white legal scholars and not citing the growing body of legal scholars of color. And so as we kind of go through the presentation, you'll see why this is really important and why CRT kind of picked up on this. Delgado claimed that this practice was incredibly harmful and skewed the ways in which the legal discourse treats race. So like I said, tuck this away because this will be important when we talk about, more specifically, Justice Sonia Sotomayor in a little bit. So next, let's take a look at Kimberly Crenshaw. So in addition to Delgado and Bell, Kimberly was a major contributor to CRT and was a student of Derek Bell's actually, while he was at Harvard. Crenshaw's concept of intersectionality plays a really large role in the theory. And what intersectionality says is that race, class, and gender and other individual characteristics can't always live solo. Sometimes they intersect to create additional opportunities for discrimination and oppression. So now that we've talked a little bit about some of the major contributors, let's take a look at the theory. So the theory really does provide feedback on the following questions. How does the law construct race? How has the law protected racism and upheld racial hierarchies? How does the law reproduce racial inequality? And finally, how can the law be used to dismantle race, racism, and racial inequality? So, how does the law construct race? What CRT does in this instance is that it recognizes that race is not biologically real, but is socially constructed and socially significant. It recognizes that science refutes the idea of biological racial differences, and according to scholars Richard Delgado and Jean Stefanik, race is a product of social thought and is not connected to biological reality. So if we take a look at this, and we take a look at what some of the other legal scholars have said about biological race, they say that even though the court has rejected racial biology in law, it has not rejected the possibility that outside of the law, race is, in some circles, considered a biological reality. And because the court has not shut the door completely to biological race and the law more generally, it is in essence complicit in equating racial differences to biological race. So another just little tidbit to tuck away for later in our conversation. So how does the law reproduce racial inequality? Or actually, we're going to talk about how has the law protected racism and upheld racial hierarchies? So in response to this question, CRT acknowledges that racism is a normal feature of society and is embedded within systems and institutions, like the legal system, that replicate racial inequality. This dismisses the idea that racist incidents are aberrations, but instead are manifestations of structural and systemic racism. So we see this currently happening with voter ID laws, right? The previous requests to recount ballots, etc. And all of these are in response to more non-white folks participating in voting. So this kind of sets up the system for us. In order for the more powerful elite group to maintain control over elections, one of the systems, they must make systemic efforts to deny less powerful groups or people of color access to that power. So this year we have witnessed how powerful voting can be and how with strategic efforts around organizing, like what Stacey Abrams did in Georgia, voting can be an agent of change and challenge. So let's take a look at the next question. How does the law reproduce racial inequality? So CRT responds to this question by rejecting popular understandings about racism, such as arguments that confine racism to a few bad apples. CRT recognizes that racism is codified in law, embedded in structures, and woven into public policy. CRT rejects claims of meritocracy or color blindness. CRT recognizes that it is the systemic nature of racism that bears primary responsibility for reproducing racial inequality. And we see this play out in the industrial prison complex and its economic benefits for the private industry. Michelle Alexander calls what she calls the new Jim Crow, and in her book, The New Jim Crow, illustrates how from 1980 to 2000, the number of incarcerated people increased from 300,000 to 2 million, with the majority of those imprisoned people of color. So the final question looks at how the law can be used to dismantle race, racism, and racial inequality. So CRT recognizes the relevance of people's everyday lives to the scholarship. This includes embracing the lived experiences of people of color, including those preserved through storytelling, and rejecting deficit-informed research that excludes the epistemologies of people of color. So for me, the best illustration for how law can begin to be disrupted is found in Sonia Sotomayor's dissent in the Utah versus Strife case. So I'm going to give you a really layman's term or layman's recount of what happened in this case. But first, when we talked about Delgado's work, we talked about the importance of citations. And in Sonia's dissent, we're going to see how important citations are from folks who have lived that experience or used in the law. So what happened in the Utah versus Strife case? And like I said, this is a very abbreviated version. Strife was at a house where the cops thought there were folks dealing drugs. More specifically, the cops thought folks were dealing drugs. And Strife left the house and the cops stopped him. This stop was illegal. And to no surprise, Strife was Black. So the cops, after illegal stopping him, violating the Fourth Amendment, ran his plates and found out that he had unpaid parking tickets. Since he had an arrest warrant for unpaid parking tickets, they searched his car and found drug paraphernalia. And this case went to the Supreme Court. The court was tasked with determining if it was okay to admit this evidence, the evidence of the drug paraphernalia after an illegal stop. The court, in a 5-3 decision, basically said, yeah, it's okay. But Justice Sonia Sotomayor did not agree with the majority on this case. And what she wrote in her dissent is amazing and important, and really illustrates the importance of including the experiences of people of color in legal scholarship. And one of the reasons why I think she was so successful in doing this is because she is a woman of color as well and grew up in the Bronx, which is very diverse. She said in her dissent, writing only for myself and drawing on my personal experiences, I would add that unlawful stops have severe consequences, much greater than the inconvenience suggested by the name. She proceeded to discuss police stops and police brutality and the over-policing of communities of color. She also cited great Black writers in her dissent, like Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, and Ta-Nehisi Coates, who wrote Between the World and Me. While this is a dissent and the dissent is not law, what Justice Sotomayor did in this dissent was organize important information around a key judicial idea and built a record of citations so other judges and attorneys can look back on it. This really does highlight the importance of including the experiences of people of color to aid in the dismantling of racism in the law. So let's apply some of these questions to a system that may be a system we're all familiar with. So let's take a look at how critical race theory might provide some insight into our wonderful education system. If we substitute law for education, the questions would read, how does the education system construct race? How has education protected racism and upheld racial hierarchies? How does the education system reproduce racial inequality? And how can the education system be used to dismantle race, racism, and racial inequity? So, how does education system construct race? One of the ways that education constructs race is racializing school discipline. And what we have seen of late is that Black students are being penalized because of the way that they wear their hair in twists, in locks, in braids, with beads, etc. So what we see is that Black students are disciplined at a rate 4 times higher than any other racial or ethnic group. And we see that 70% of all suspensions are due to dress code violations or hair violations. And so these are discretionary suspensions and are not required by law, yet they have a huge impact on students of color, especially their mental bandwidth and their ability to be successful in schools. Yet here we have policies that are supposed to be neutral, and the policies actually lead to the racialization of school discipline. It took some time, but the courts issued protections to the Crown Acts, Crown standing for Create Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, which prohibits hair discrimination in the workplace and schools. Luckily, Nebraska passed the Crown Act this year. So the next question, if we apply it to education, is how has the education system protected racism and upheld racial hierarchies? So we see this by the whitewashing of history and the way that we teach history. The way that we teach history has really elevated the white experience and has created 2 histories: the required American history, which really focuses on the white experience, and then usually the optional Black, Indigenous histories, etc. And so by elevating the white experience, we've created a group of folks, mainly white folks, who are exceptional. They saved Native Americans, were kind to Black folks, and enslaved were better off because they were owned and had the inability to be on their own or match white folks in intellect. So the next question looks at, how does the education system reproduce racial inequality? So one of the ways that it does this is by connecting school funding to zip codes. Approximately 35% of public school funding comes from property taxes, which favors wealthier areas. And as we know, most wealthier areas are white. Students of color attend schools that are statistically under-resourced, outdated, and hazardous to their health. So we see more resources being poured into some schools and less resources being poured into other schools. And in our nation, more resources are actually equates to more access and opportunities. And historically, those who have had the resources to provide access and opportunity in education have been white folks. So we see different educational outcomes because of the way we have connected school funding to zip codes. So how can the education system be used to dismantle race, racism, and racial inequality? We can have less policing and surveillance of students in our schools. We could have equitable funding. And then finally, we could be really better at having culturally responsive curriculum. So finally, what is all the fuss about when it comes to CRT? So if we take a look at what has happened in public, we can see that there's this disconnect between the white power elite and the rest of the people. And so during these last couple of years, we saw George Floyd murdered, which erupted global protest. We read the 1619 Project, authored by Hannah Nicole Jones, and learned more about our nation's history and the positive economic impact of slavery for whites and the detrimental economic impact of slavery on African Americans. We see our Supreme Court process questioned because of political shenanigans that block appointments of less conservative judgments to the court and the expediting of appointments of more conservative judges to the court. We have an election and voter organizing that turns out a large Black and non-white vote, which creates turmoil and challenges to our voting system. And with all of these disruptions to the status quo, it seems that those who have power begin to feel the pushback. They begin to feel the challenge. And so they find something to blame, and in this instance, a legal theory that will supposedly brainwash our children and shame our nation, critical race theory. So I just want to point out that critical race theory is not being taught in the K-12 system and contains, as you learned today, a lot of legal jargon that K-12 students probably would just not understand. I can attest to that because just the other day, my 7-year-old asked me what inflation was, and I thought I did a pretty decent job explaining it to him. But clearly I did not, because what he took away from that conversation was that inflation was when aliens come to Earth and take over. So I'm not sure second graders are quite ready to digest a legal theory. So that's a little bit about CRT, a little bit about what all the fuss is about. It seems like I've reached my time, so thank you for allowing me to be here and tell you a little bit more about CRT from my perspective.
Okay, Alexis, thank you so much for sharing that. That was great. It's a lot to wrap your mind around with this topic. I'm going to give you some questions that have been coming in, and folks out there, feel free on all platforms. We're streaming to Facebook and YouTube, and feel free to comment on both. And you can comment, and those questions will be in real time to us. So because we're live, we can get those questions to Alexis, and she can spend a little time with those. So here's the first question that I'll put up, and you can see these as well. Alexis.
Okay.
If critical race theory started in 1989, 32 years ago, why is it such a big deal now?
Well, I think it's such a big deal now is because we see some of the things that critical race theory has been talking about come to light. We can see them on social media. We have more access to them through the news. And so I think that, especially with the George Floyd murder and the global protests, in addition to that 1619 piece by Hannah Nicole Jones, people are just more aware. And so people are more aware, pushing back, especially when it comes to white privilege. And this just kind of makes people feel a little differently about everything. And so we try to enact more control and enact more power so that, people don't lose that power.
I see. I'll throw this in just as a comment to, which I kind of asked Kevin the same question. How important is leadership with these type of topics? He was talking about arms and nuclear warfare, but in so many senses, we all witnessed a nuclear bomb of racial activity in our communities during an already time of panic and fear and chaos with the pandemic. So it was kind of a double layer cake of craziness. Can you talk a little bit about how important leadership is with a topic like this?
Yeah, I think it's really important because I think some of our leaders, especially our political leaders, have really misguided us when it comes to critical race theory. We've kind of created it and said that it's the boogeyman. It's going to take over and change everything for us. And I don't think that's necessarily true. And so I think it's important for other leaders then to stand up, and really say that, this is just a theory. It's not being taught in our schools. It's not going to indoctrinate your children and take over their lives and make them feel a lot of shame for who they are. But what it's going to do is really give us an accurate account of what's happening and what has happened. It's going to give us a lens to really see the world maybe a little bit differently and respect those lived experiences of people that are not white and how those experiences contribute to where we are today in this world.
Yes, that's a great answer. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. So Mark has one more question here. Why are mostly Republicans complaining about it so much? Do you think the people complaining about it really know what it actually is?
I'm not really sure why Republicans are complaining about it very much. I don't have any facts around that. I can assume. And I think it just has to do with power. They feel like the power coming and being pulled away from them. And so traditionally what has happened, with our political parties, when that power feels like it's being pulled away, they kind of create some other distractions over here so that they can start working on regaining that power, behind the curtain. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think that people complaining about it really know what it is. I saw a flyer for a small community in Nebraska to get together and talk about CRT in our education system. And as we know, small towns in Nebraska don't necessarily have law colleges or universities. And so I can assume that they were probably talking about the impact of CRT in our K through 12 education system. But as we talked about today, it's not good practice to introduce students to CRT because it's high level. It's a high level theory and students just wouldn't understand it.
Okay, so we have a nice comment here. Thank you for clarifying and exposing it as a white backlash, says Henry. And here's a question from Maggie. Thanks, Alexis. Can you share a bit more about why aiming to be colorblind is not only not ideal, but also harmful?
Yeah, it's harmful because we say that we're neutral, and we're really not neutral. And we really see that a lot in law. And we see that in everyday practices as well. Color blindness is harmful because what it says is that I don't see that you might have had a different experience because you might be African American, because you might be a person from indigenous descent, etc. And so it just kind of erases the idea that people have different lived experiences and really just elevates that white experience, right? It puts that white experience and normalizes it, and then really just disenfranchises all those other experiences.
Okay, I didn't catch it. Where are you from?
I'm from Chapel, Nebraska.
Chapel. Okay. So a small town in Nebraska.
Small town, Nebraska. Yep.
Yes. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So I'm going to keep moving on here. We've got some questions coming in, which is really great. Thank you for your participation out there. Would you comment on one of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents defeated resolution directing not to teach CRT in the universities?
Sure. Well, I think that was really interesting that that person decided to bring it forward, because I don't think that a lot of people are teaching CRT outright. I think that it is usually exposed to students specifically working towards their law degrees. And so it really is a subset of our university system. If students are exposed to it in a normal curriculum, I don't think it's necessarily taught outright. I think it's saying, here's a theory or a lens that you might use to look at this. And so again, I think it was just a method of distraction, again, to some of this white backlash that we see for some of the things that have happened in our nation, and not really worth the time or the effort, of the board.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. Here's another question coming in from Judy. Judy says, do you think the fear of increasing population numbers of people of color is part of the reason for pushback against CRT?
I mean, I think that's absolutely a possibility. We see that our demographics are changing rapidly. We see that there are a higher number of people of color, and we see a lot of the media talking about, pretty soon white folks are going to be the minority. And so I think that does create some fear. And within that fear, there is the fear of losing power. And so I think that could absolutely be a reason for the pushback against CRT.
Okay. Can you see any movement happening in the right direction when it comes to racism and oppression of people of color in this country from either our oppressive systems or from the people themselves? ? What can we do to help make some changes on the grassroots level? That's a great question.
That is a
Thank
great
you, Susan.
question. I think that people themselves are definitely making changes. I think more people are willing to stand up and speak out. And I think that has a lot to do with some of the training that we've done around diversity, equity, and inclusion, teaching people actually how to do those things. In terms of the systems, I don't know if it doesn't feel like they're getting better. It still feels like we have a lot of oppressive systems that keep on kind of trudging along, and maybe at times getting worse. I think maybe one of the best examples is the prison system. We're seeing here in Nebraska more prisons being built. And so for me, what that means is that more room to incarcerate Black and brown folks. And so I would probably say that no, I don't think that the oppressive systems are getting better, but I do think people are just more aware, and that they're learning how to be better advocates, and using maybe better strategies to help dismantle some of the racist structure and oppressive systems that we've seen.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to this question. How have the educational systems handled the discussion of CRT? ? Also, can we expect racists to handle talking about the enslavement of Africans and the way people of color were treated in this nation? ?
I think that there have been some educational systems that have handled it better than others. Some educational systems, like in Idaho, have banned it. They said you can't talk about it. So, I think that it's some have done well and some have not done well. This is a hard question. I would probably say no, we can't expect racists to handle talking about the enslavement of Africans and the way that people of color were treated in this nation. I would probably say to do a really good job of that and to give it the full attention that it probably deserves. You pretty much have to be a little bit more open-minded and really be working towards more of a liberatory consciousness and being and working towards equity. And I don't think that it necessarily something that racists do.
I would agree.
That was a hard question.
That's a hard question. Just creating forums and areas for people to discuss it is important, I think.
Absolutely.
Like we're doing here, and making people, the ability to answer and ask questions. There's some people on here that say you're wrong, and they're saying, oh, please, but we would like to know why you feel that way, instead of just a small short comment like that. And I think that social media is a playground for little quip short answers where it's punchy and harmful and not educational. So for those of you out there doing that, I really urge you to send in a question of why you think what we're talking about is wrong or misguided, and please, by all means, participate. I guess that's all I can say. How do we protect teachers who try to teach an accurate history of racism and white supremacy in this country? Says Paul.
Oh, that's a hard question. Well, I think that one of the ways in which we can protect them is just making sure that, we are speaking out when we see these things happening to teachers, getting in contact with your school board representatives. And then if it has to go a level above that, doing that. But I think that we really have to be a community that's willing to support our teachers, especially if there is some backlash against CRT. And I think there has to be a willingness to acknowledge that most of those teachers will probably be teachers of color. And so we really do have to rally around them and support them the best ways that we can with what's available to us. And I think that's through our school boards.
Okay, just reading through a couple of these questions. Okay, more comments. I guess this one is, even though CRT is too difficult for K through 12 students to grasp, education systems, administration, and teachers need to be involved in the issue in regard to teaching not only American history as well as discipline, suspension, dress code, regulations, just as you've mentioned. Okay, thank you, Andrea, for that. Okay, here's one more question here from Henry. What role has Fox News and social media like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter have contributed toward a backlash against CRT?
Sure. I think Fox News was probably one of the first news media outlets to start talking about CRT. And so I think that really started getting out there. And, one of the things that I've just learned about Facebook, YouTube, and some of these other social media outlets is that they give more attention and time and viewing to things that are more controversial. So if people are commenting a lot about CRT, whether it's positive or negative, you're going to see that more often in your feeds. And so I think just their algorithms in general have really supported some of this backlash against CRT by making it such a hot topic and readily available for everybody to see on their feeds.
Yeah, they really do promote agitation, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Owning a marketing company, I can fully agree with you on that. When something is engaged, the algorithms do pump it up. So really, the more useful information is kind of going by the wayside. Yeah, which is it's a breeding ground for hate and fighting, which is too bad. But okay, so we just have a few more minutes here. Okay. As a white woman, and there was discrimination against us, and we worked through it by education, morals, values, and presented ourselves in a respectful manner, why can't Black Americans do the same? So thank you for this question. This woman commented earlier with some of those short answers. So thank you. Did you want to try your hand at this one?
Well, I think that respectability politics can get pretty sticky. There have been a lot of things that have happened in our histories, in our present day, that really does center the white experience. And I think that, kind of discounting and not recognizing that Black Americans do the same thing, I think is not really something I can necessarily comment on. I think that I presented myself in a very respectful manner today, but I also think that there are systems and structures that do work against some of the things that I do on a normal basis. And I think coming here and talking about such a controversial topic and not what I thought was a very respectful manner kind of illustrates that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so Mark says, what do you think of the Omaha police chief saying there are no racist arrests in Omaha?
Well, I think that's one perspective. I think there are a lot of people that might see it differently, and I think that we can draw on CRT from this and say that people experience things differently. And so I think that if you ask someone, a person of color who's been arrested in Omaha, if they thought that it was racist, they might have a different experience and a different narrative than if you ask someone who was white and been arrested in Omaha. And so I think we just have to make sure that we are acknowledging the experiences of people of color and how they might be different from others.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here's one from Menya. I'm wondering if CRT is just another right-wing buzzword used to rile up their followers.
Well, I don't think it's a buzzword. I think it's a very valid theory. I think that it's a theory that can really shed light on a lot of our different processes and systems. But I think that they've used it as a buzzword. They've used it kind of to ignite a boogeyman feel. And so, I would probably say that part of that's true. But I also think that there's some validity to the theory.
Okay. This is a lovely comment here. Thank you, Alexis. Happy to see another Western Nebraska friend speaking out for social justice. Yay.
Yay. Thanks, Louisa.
I also love that. Being from a small town myself. Thank you so much.
Where are you from?
A little bit of Fremont, a little bit of Grand Island. I mean, Grand Island's small-ish, but funny enough, Grand Island had a lot of cultural explosion when I was there. A lot of people of color moved into the high schools, and it was a very interesting time, and I learned a lot. I really did. I was educated, from firsthand experience, which I think is so important.
Absolutely.
Brittany Cooper, happy birthday. She says, thanks, Alexis, very respectful and enlightening workshop. Wonderful. Years ago, there was an auditor who pointed out racism in the OPD, and she was fired. She sued and won and left Omaha. Wow. Okay. All right. And Susan Ellman says, thank you. This presentation was very informative. It's amazing to see how many white people can still not grasp the that racism exists. It's all pervasive in our society. Thank you for your comments, everybody. Okay. Well, I think this is a good time to move forward. Alexis, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
On this program, and where can people find you and find out more information about you, if that's even a thing?
Sure.
Okay.
You can reach out to me at sherman.alexis@gmail.com. And you probably will see me around Omaha. I usually, kind of get out and about, less now that COVID is kind of rearing back up, but
sure.
Still, yeah,
Great.
Feel free to email me.
Thank you, Alexis, so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Fantastic, everybody. Thank you so much for being engaging with this program. It definitely makes things move forward, and it, hopefully the idea is to educate some folks out there and, and create some conversation. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I'm going to pass the mic over to the fantastic Ron Todd Meyer. He's standing by here. Ron Todd Meyer in the house.
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Ron. How you doing?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Been a good. Thanks, Mike, for facilitating this. This has been a good conference so far. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, I'll give the mic to you, my friend.
Okay. This usually at our annual peace conferences, we always hold a fundraising pitch, and this year Maggie Ballard has agreed to do this, and Maggie joined the Nebraskans for Peace Board in 2017 after becoming involved with several NFP members in the White Clay Action Coalition. Although her background and bachelor's degree is in criminal justice, Maggie has worked at Heartland Family Services since 2012, where she is a certified prevention specialist in substance abuse and prevention, and also serves as the agency's legislative liaison. And she also serves on our executive committee as vice president. So I'll turn it over to Maggie.
Thanks, Ron, for that introduction. I am going to see if I can get my screen shared here. Share screen. Okay. Oh, that's really weird. That's not what we want, right? Stop sharing. Mike.
That's what you want, but you just have to close the broadcast window. Yep. So let's share it one more time and just make sure to close the broadcast window and keep your tab open of what you wish to share. It creates a very psychedelic multi-screen effect. So we'll try it again.
Yeah, trying to get there. Okay, well, you know what? We might just have to do it without my PowerPoint. And that...
can you hit the share plus button on the actual broadcast screen?
Yeah, I did that.
Yep, and then make sure to just close the tab of the broadcast. And then anything else you can bring up will show.
Okay.
At that point.
I don't know what that means to close the tab of the broadcast without actually exiting.
so just the browser. So what are you sharing? What tab?
A PowerPoint.
Okay, so once you minimize the actual browser window, then you can bring up the PowerPoint window, and it should show.
All right, are you seeing it?
No. Did you share your whole screen?
Thought so.
Okay. Because maybe close the share and try it one more time. It should ask you if you want to show your whole screen or just the tab. And in your case, you'd probably want to show your whole screen.
Yeah.
People out there understand, I'm sure. This is fine.
See, the problem is I have spent 18 months becoming an expert on Zoom and learning how to share everything on Zoom.
Sure.
Using a different platform.
Yeah.
Just isn't working.
Within the window, it should ask you if you want to share your whole screen or just the tab.
I that entire screen and I said share.
There you go. Here we go. Okay, and now go ahead and just minimize. Oh, you had it there for a second. Yep, and now bring up your PowerPoint. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. No problem. Great. Only took like 4 or 5 minutes.
That's okay.
All right. Well, again, thank you for that introduction. And Mike, thank you for your patience and assistance. like Ron said, my name's Maggie, and I have the honor of serving as Vice President for Nebraskans for Peace. I'm also the co-chair of our Social Justice Committee. And so I first need to say thank you to Kevin and Alexis for your wonderful workshops and presentations this morning. And I also want to thank everyone who is watching here today, for all of our members and supporters. Obviously, you are what makes it possible for us to continue our work. We have been going for over 50 years, 51 now, and it's our turn to kind of ask you to help us keep going for another 50 years. So we have been so grateful to be able to do the work that we do, to continue our commitment towards nonviolent conflict resolution, to address the devastating climate crisis, and to fight for much needed social justice. We have seen that at previous peace conferences, we have been able to raise $15,000. And so that is our goal once again this year. And we need your support to keep that going. So as you have seen across your screen all morning, there is a link for you to be able to donate. There's also a place you can send a check. And I want to also share what a good commitment we have had from our board, because last month we actually had an anonymous donor give a gift of $5,000 to Nebraskans for Peace if the board could match that. And we actually went above and beyond that, and the board matched with $11,600. So if we were in person, I hope everyone would be clapping right now. I'm really excited to hear that. But like I said, we still have that goal of $15,000 that we need our members to help with today. And just going to put a little plug in here. If you are thinking about how much to donate or whether to donate, I just want to put a little quote in your ear from the late Reverend John Wesley, who said, "He who does not use his money to help others today will surely use it to hurt himself tomorrow." So that's something I think of from time to time when I have a nonprofit asking me to donate, and I'm like, okay, I could probably do like 30, 25 would be okay though, right? And then I'm like, yeah, I can go ahead and give the 30, because what am I going to spend those extra $5 on? Now, I know some of you are probably thinking, gosh, do I want to give like $500 or $600 this year? I wish I was you, and that was the conundrum that I found myself in. Hopefully you'll go ahead and round up to that 600 or 6,000. You know, we're going big today. But part of the reason it's so important for us to get contributions is because we have an amazing staff at Nebraskans for Peace. Happy birthday to Brittany, by the way. Susan and Mark and Brittany, they do great work for us, and they do important work for Nebraska, and they really keep our organization afloat. While we are able to pay them a livable wage, it's been several years since we were able to give any of them raises, and we would like to be able to, work towards doing that. So again, that is something that we have to rely on you as our members to help us with. Okay, but in addition to that very important ask that I have of you today as far as donations, I do have an additional way for you to contribute. Okay, so when you have probably donated to Nebraskans for Peace in the past, or if you've attended one of our events, you have probably gotten this amazing bumper sticker. And I love seeing those when I'm driving, when I'm in town or on the interstate. If I see somebody with that Nebraskans for Peace bumper sticker, I think, oh, this is like a friend that I just haven't met yet. Or maybe it is a friend that I do have already, and I just don't know what car they drive, and I don't know that they're in that vehicle next to me. But anyway, it's always great to see that. But for a lot of our members, that is kind of the extent of the involvement is, getting our newsletter, putting that bumper sticker on the car, giving that yearly donation, which is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But we need more contributions in the form of participation and activism. So we want to take you from the bumper to the driver's seat. Okay. So you can see this is my nephew Clark on the right. Most kids are just going to be maybe patting the bumper of the car, standing by. But look at Clark. Look at how happy he is because he got into the driver's seat because he's doing more participation. So keep in mind, we have 3 focus areas at Nebraskans for Peace, and that's the environment, anti-war or conflict, and our social justice. So those are 3 committees that we are inviting you as a member to continue or to consider participating in. Since the pandemic, our meetings are held exclusively on Zoom. Our Social Justice Committee meets on this Monday, the second Monday of the month. Our Environmental Committee typically meets on the third Monday of the month. Our Anti-War Committee tends to meet on the third Thursday of the month. And these are all in the evening and they're on Zoom. So it's an hour a month that we ask of you to consider spending with us because there's a lot of work that needs to be done, right? There are letters to the editor that need written. There are there are legislators that need to be contacted. There are events that need planning. There are ideas that we need help coming up with. And so we have these opportunities for you to join or to at least explore. So you can see that Brittany, her email address is right there. If any of these sound interesting to you, I want you to either take a picture or, if you're on your phone, you could do a screenshot or write down that email address of nfpstate@nebraskansforpeace.org. That's how we want you to get connected. Okay, so seriously, email Brittany. Think about which one of those 3 committees that you would find interesting or find meaningful. And we, again, hope to see you moving from the bumper to the driver's seat. And please take note at my comment there at the bottom. Nebraskans for Peace does not condone letting children drive cars. There were no children hurt in the making of this PowerPoint. But yeah, hopefully we all end up being as happy as Clark here because he's in the driver's seat. That's what I hope to see happen more with our Nebraskans for Peace members. So I'm going to stop sharing and turn it back to Mike.
Great. That worked out nicely. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it. Okay. We are going to break for lunch intermission with an afternoon segment. So don't go away. Just go grab a bite to eat and come on back if you're watching. We have a whole great presentation planned for the afternoon. So we'll be reconvening at 1 p.m. All right. So in the meantime, happy munching, happy nibbling, however you like to eat. We'll see you at 1 p.m. All right. Okay, welcome back, folks. Hello, hello. How are you doing? It's time to put the food down. Please move the food out of the way. Come on back and join us. I'm just kidding. I hope you had a good lunch like I did. Welcome, welcome back. We have a great afternoon plan for you. So, yes, we welcome you back to the 2021 Annual Peace Conference. This has been an amazing day so far, filled with information. I do want to remind you that these presentations will be online forever. You can go back and watch them again if you'd like. If you missed something, you can always go back on the YouTube channel and the Facebook page for Nebraskans for Peace. Also on the Red Rebel Media page, the YouTube page, you can watch these as well. So our afternoon workshop will feature César García, and RJ Vega. RJ, I've had the pleasure of speaking with in the past. He's a great person. I'm excited to hear from César as well. Both César and RJ are community organizers for the Immigrant and Community Program at Nebraska Appleseed. Their workshops will address immigration laws with their presentation entitled, "It's Time for Full Inclusion, Urging Congress to Pass Positive Immigration Laws." So I'm going to welcome them on. Here's RJ. Hello, RJ.
Hey there, Mike. And
hello. And César is joining us as well.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, fantastic. So I will, let's see. Let's see if we can unmute César. Maybe one check on that. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. I'll hand it over to you.
Terrific. Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. Nebraskans for Peace. Much respect to everybody who's tuned in here today. And thank you so much for the honor of talking about an issue that affects many families and communities here in Nebraska and across the United States. And, we're just very grateful for the opportunity to discuss these matters. My name is Romulo Vega. I go by RJ for short, community organizer for Nebraska Appleseed. In a moment, my counterpart César will introduce himself and talk a little bit about what we do with Nebraska Appleseed. But I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of human context to why this work is meaningful to us and to me in particular. My father's from Mexico. My mom is from Texas. And, growing up, immigration's always played a part in our lives, whether it be through my dad's journey, whether it be through any family, friends, other relatives and loved ones. Immigration has always had a presence in many of our big decisions, as a family. But with that said, I'm honored to be here, everybody. Excited to participate, and I'll turn it over to César García.
Thank you, RJ. So first of all, I want to say thank you to all to be tuning in today, and I'm really excited to talk to you about this, the full inclusion, and just a really quick overview of what Nebraska Appleseed does. It is, the Nebraska Appleseed is a nonprofit, works statewide. Their mission is to fight for opportunity for all Nebraskans, and rooted in the social justice work. It has 4 different areas and programs: the healthcare access program, the economic justice program, child welfare, and the immigrant communities program, which RJ and myself are part of. So, I just wanted to bring that as work that is rooted in social justice. I wanted to start with, as I said, my name is César García. I was born and raised in Mexico City, and I've been part of the good life for 5 years. And so, yes, I call Nebraska my home. And yes, so if we can, as this work, what is meaningful to us, I just want to say that to me, being a first-generation immigrant is a really important work to just see that the opportunities to, you just keep creating a space for vibrant, inclusive communities, and that's what really drives me every day, to the work I do, the work in Nebraska Appleseed does, and the great work that all of you here are part of as well. So just honoring, I have a background in peace studies, so I just wanted to we can go to, thank you, RJ. So just wanted to honor that background by mentioning something, a concept that I always found very interesting, that is allows me to see where my work sometimes it's trying to contribute and to go into. So there's this concept by a well-known scholar called Johann Galtung, written like in peace studies. So as just wanting to honor that, there was this concept of negative and positive peace, to breaking down, a concept that is very, very broad. This is a peace, and we're all here today to talk a little bit about. And negative peace is, in this sense, the absence of violence or fear of violence. And in a sort of contrary to positive peace, where it's all the attitudes, institutions, and structures that are created to sustain peaceful societies. So I just wanted to start with this as a way to root our work within this definition a little bit as well, and just believing that our contribution is trying to go into the positive peace, right, where all the community it is involved, and there is a sustained the structure to allow a peaceful society. So that one of the main one of the main features of this is the inclusion, which we're going to focus here today. So to start us off, I'm going to give it on this path. I'm going to give it back to RJ, so then he can tell us a little more about the opportunities we have.
Okay, 1 second here. We're going to unmute RJ's mic if we could. Yep. And we'll kick that off again. Thanks, guys.
I think this is still on mute, RJ.
How about now?
You're back. Thanks.
Back again. Thank you. Let's get that slide shared. And, like you were saying, César, I mean, when we talk about peace, we talk about a society that we all want to be a part of and participate in. A lot of that does involve full inclusion of longtime community members. And, oftentimes one of the arguments made is that, you gotta quote unquote, wait your turn, or whatever type of phrasing, somebody may try to use. And the reality is that for a lot of longtime community members, there's not a current way for them to apply for residency or citizenship. Okay, there's either a very long line, depending on the country where an individual may be coming from, or no line at all. And many of us can think of the harm that has had on our longtime community members all across Nebraska, all across the United States. So, the reality is that this vision that we're talking about, full community inclusion, okay, a way for these longtime community members and families to apply for that stability, the residency, to continue to participate and be included in the society. And, when we talk about our bigger impact here, and one of the actions that we'll demonstrate today and that César is going to lead us in, the bigger impact is that Nebraska's members of Congress, need to understand that there is strong and long-time statewide support for these ideas, for these processes, so that way longtime members can apply for residency or citizenship. Because, the reality is this is not a new conversation. The news and other forms of media may focus on things and use very charged language, when they cover certain immigration topics such as the border. But the reality is that, there's been 35 plus years of a lack of action by Congress and our elected officials on positive immigration laws, and this has caused that unnecessary harm to local families and communities all across the state and the country. And this is something that's morally unacceptable. and this does continue, an ugly pattern of U.S. history, where there are people who the country rely on, especially such as we've witnessed in the pandemic with COVID-19, folks that the country rely on, and yet they are excluded from full participation. Okay, so even other things that may come to mind is the recent ruling in Texas regarding DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. So that's going to continue in terms of the court process developing and how that's going to happen. It's going to take some time, but it just shows the vulnerable nature of and the reality of many community members and their lack of stability of not knowing what the next year, the next month is going to have in store for them, as they're just trying to contribute in our communities. So really the message that we want to really just emphasize today, and again, we're grateful for this opportunity to speak, is just full inclusion for longtime community members. And, something that maybe we, and I say we as in the general statewide conversation, something that maybe we don't talk about enough is that Nebraska does actually have a history of welcoming. And I'll go to the next slide here. And there we go. So a strong history of welcoming in Nebraska. You may be familiar, many of you, with terms such as refugee, somebody, a human who's fleeing conflict or persecution. And that's something that is defined and protected by international law. And they cannot be expelled or returned to situations where their lives and their freedoms are at risk. To dive a little bit deeper into that, the president will determine the number of refugee admissions, in consultation with Congress. And, in 2021, entering 2021, the refugee admissions goal was actually at a historic low. So when we talk about big picture here in U.S. history, even from a time of the 80s into the 90s to today, we've trended towards a lower number of admissions goals. But, Nebraska did actually have the nation's largest resettlement rate per capita in 2016. And, I know people are tuned in all across the state, and there's many, vibrant communities of Vietnamese, Sudanese, Karen, Iraqi, Afghan, Nebraska neighbors. So, you can take a look across the state, a lot of different communities and contributing to our state and local economies. When we talk about the U.S. as a whole, admitting, refugees from over 60 countries all around the world. To give you a little bit of context, in 2018, most refugees did come from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Burma, Ukraine, and Bhutan. So, that is more so focused on somebody who may qualify and get that refugee designation. Now, to kind of give you another side to things, oftentimes some folks may get the wording confused, and when we talk about refugees and asylees. So to give a little bit of context for an asylee, an asylee is somebody who would have to begin their process outside of the United States. So in other words, whereas a refugee would apply outside of the U.S. and they may wait in a refugee location until their application's processed, an asylee, such as somebody from Central or South America, immigrants from those regions don't have the option to petition necessarily for that refugee status. So their option would be for an asylee to get granted asylum status, you would have to come to the U.S. at an entry point, turn yourself in at the border, and request and build your case to be granted asylum status. Okay, so that's a little bit different than the refugee status. So that, the world of immigration is pretty complex, and not to get too into the weeds, but more so I wanted to highlight that, the journeys are different, the circumstances are different, but the reality of this system as a whole is that 35 plus years, the United States has not taken adequate actions to compensate for the changing factors in the world. Okay, so to go to the next slide here. Give me 1 second. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about the window of opportunity for positive immigration laws, for full inclusion for these longtime community members, stability for these communities, and one of the tools that we want to share with everybody who's tuned in today. We have put together a website in collaboration with many community partners, the We Are Home Nebraska website. And there you can find stories, local stories from Nebraskans who share their perspective, a little bit about their journey. And that just emphasizes the need to take action, contact your Congress members in support of positive immigration laws. And there are some simple take action tools that myself and César will soon demonstrate for you. One that I do want to share with everybody, and I invite you all to take a few moments and view some of these videos, today sometime when you have some spare time. But there's some powerful stories being shared from Nebraskans, different areas of the state, different perspectives, such as Geraldine's story, talking about a spouse who had to be separated from their family, and the fears, the concerns, and the time frame for that, and the uncertainty behind, not knowing when you may be reunited with your spouse and or your kids. Cleophas, a very strong story as well, talking about his journey to become a medical professional and the limitations of his status, his status, and how it didn't allow him to have access to certain items that many of us may take for granted, such as financial aid. Jocelyn from the Grand Island area also shares a powerful story regarding deferred action for childhood arrivals. And she actually recently went to Washington, D.C., where many nationwide partners were taking action in support of some of the current happenings regarding an opportunity for comprehensive immigration laws to take effect. And we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a few moments, as well as Luli's story, talking about family, talking about having children, and certain limitations that not having that process to even apply for permanent status has really had an impact, again, on her family and many other families across the state. So when we talk about, and we'll go briefly on this, not to go too much into the weeds, but we talk about current legislative ideas, things that Congress may be entertaining right now. They're not yet laws, but this is what's really leading a lot of the discussion right now, not only in Washington, D.C., but also hopefully here in our local communities as we talk about the options that are on the table, right here, right now. H.R. 6, the Dream and Promise Act, would focus on creating a process for dreamers, those who may be undocumented, may have like deferred action for childhood arrival, or DACA, as it's commonly referred to, or temporary protected status, TPS, where those folks would be able to then apply for a permanent status. Because keep in mind, even something like DACA is something that needs to be renewed every 2 years. And as we talked about with the recent Texas court ruling, DACA is not by any means anything permanent at the moment. So, that H.R. 6 is one option in the table, as well as the Essential Workers Citizenship Act. So many of those workers in those industries that we deemed essential during this time of the pandemic. You may think of meat processing plant workers, folks in the agricultural world and supply chain world. This would then lay out a pathway for them to have a process to apply for citizenship or permanent residency. U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021 is more comprehensive. It includes many other elements from the aforementioned two legislative ideas, but so this would include an expedited process for dreamers, farm workers, and TPS. Another interesting point is that it would eliminate the 3 and 10 year bar that currently would make somebody have to be away from a loved one for 3 to 10 years, depending on the situation. So again, those are elements right now, and I know many of you who pay attention to the news regarding politics and those sorts of discussions will know that with the current budget reconciliation process right now, they're still in negotiations to see how and in what form immigration can be a part of that, if it can be a part of that. So again, not to go too much into the weeds, but when we're talking about action right here, right now, what should we be raising the volume on? It's exactly these core elements, that there be some sort of a process for longtime community members to be able to even apply for a more permanent status. And I know that's a lot to digest, but I do want to pass it over to César, and he will actually lead us in an action that we all can take, right here, right now, to again raise the volume on these very important issues. César?
Thank you, RJ. So yes, so as you see right now, RJ just delivered a great context on what are the opportunities that we have in order to have a permanent solution for full inclusion and permanent inclusion of our long-term community members. So we created this space where we invite people from clubs, family and friends, organizations, and anyone interested to take action, that we have that space and we can support that. So what I'm going to do here now, it's want to walk you through one of these easy to take action tools that we developed. And if you want to do it now, we encourage to do it. And the idea is that this is a tool that is available to you after this space that you can share with people. So when you see yourself here, we just like to start, right? In this continuum, where do you see yourself? Sometimes it's going to be your first time contacting a member of Congress or a elected official, or on the other side, if it's someone that you will call regularly about different issues. It doesn't matter where you are. It's this tool. It's great for everyone, and also it's never too late for anything, right? So if it's your first time, we can encourage you to use this tool. And if you're a seasoned or really experienced member of a community with that calls your senators, this tool is also the idea to make it easy for you. So we can go to the next one, please. Okay, thanks. So the number you see here, we'll leave it on the screen. But I just when you call, I just wanted to give you a couple of things that are important. So you'll hear a message from Nebraska Appleseed, and it will prompt you to put your zip code, so then it can know where your representatives are, depending where you're calling from. And the idea is just to go through that to that message, and it will connect you to one of the 3 offices of your representatives. And in case you're calling from Nebraska. I know that there might be some people outside of the state, which you can feel free to use this tool, because as long as you put your zip code, it's going to connect you to your members in your area in either state. But if you're in the state of Nebraska, we'll connect you to one of the 2 senators and one of your representatives, depending on the 3 congressional districts that, depending which where you're based. So yeah, if you can go to the next one, please. So what I'm gonna model here quickly is just like how a call would look like. But I just want to go over this sample script that we, as you know, we're gonna share with people. And the idea is just like right after you start your call. It really depends what time you go. So if you go from a 9 to 5 sort of space, it's gonna be likely that you talk to someone of their staff or someone in the office. And if you want just to leave a voicemail, we encourage you to do it after 5 p.m. So then, like, you can always leave a voicemail, and they're gonna be able to hear the next day or somewhere soon. So the idea is like just to say your name, where you live, and just let them know why you're calling. In this case, like calling to urge your member of Congress to please support positive immigration laws. We have some messaging here that we've heard from the community, and like how they want and how we want them to take action. So then to create this space for positive immigration laws, and also to act and to create this path to citizenship and residency for our community members. So just feel free to take that, and also we encourage to add anything from your personal story, which is really important. But this is just sort of like prompts, so then I can help you to gather your conversation, or leave a voicemail, as I said. So what I'm going to do now is just I'm going to call quickly, so then you see how it's really easy to do, and it can actually be for everyone. So the 402-749-8333.
Excellent. And César, while you're getting that going, just a quick plug. This is
Thank
Nebraska.
you for taking action. It's time for full inclusion of our family members and neighbors who are an essential part of our communities and our nation's economic recovery. In a minute, you will be connected to your members of Congress. When they answer, give them your name, zip code, and tell them that you want to see positive immigration laws now, so that longtime Nebraska residents who contribute so much to our communities have a way to apply for immigration status and citizenship. Please enter your 5-digit zip code now, and we will connect you with your...
You entered 68508. If this is correct, press 1.
All right, so it's going to connect
We'll
me.
now connect you to Jeff Fortenberry.
All right.
After your call is done, press star and we'll connect you to your next official.
I'll just do one now, so then you see how it goes. But if you put start, it will take
Hi,
you.
this is Congressman Jeff Fortenberry. Thanks so much for calling the office. I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave me a message with your name and phone number and mailing address if you can, and we'll get right back to you. Thanks so much.
Record your message after the tone. When you've finished, you can hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, my name is César García. I live in Lincoln, and I'm calling to urge my member of Congress to please support positive immigration laws that create a pathway to citizenship and for all longtime Nebraska residents to apply for immigration status and citizenship. Thank you. All right, so as you see, you can leave a small of a message you want, or you can add to your personal story, and you can do it depending on the time. You may do the voicemail, you may talk to the staff. So we are the idea is like we want to people have a good experience with this, and I will encourage anyone interested to please contact us too. If you want to create this space for us to go for questions, and we always love to hear your experience if you use the number either now or after this conversation and conference. So and just to on the same vein of the Take Action, this space calling Congress is a really great step. We can go to the next one.
You bet.
Thank you. So in this context, we just had a call to Congress on that number. So please to do that as regularly as you can. You know, we have questions about how many times can I do it? Well, as many as you believe is, you know, what are your time to, and we really encourage to do it regularly. So then they see that long time support from Nebraskans to positive immigration laws. And also, just want to remind that if you calling, or if you have other ways to actually raise your voice, and another one is to email Congress. So on the Take Action website that we're sharing, you will find in that space that there is some links to call Congress that will take you to this space where you can use that phone number that we shared just right now, or it will guide you through a process to email Congress. It's really easy. The whole process could just like no more than 10 minutes, even less, for either calling or emailing. And we also keep, you know, sharing our stories is a really important part. So if anyone is interested to share their story, and on the website you find a flame, like a light, as we know, like our long community members are lights of our communities, and want to show that and how we are sharing their story on how we want to show that support. So please invite a friends, family, and as I said, really like we are happy to create these spaces for people. If you have some friends that you want to do it, we're happy to set that up. If you have an organization that you're part of that you would like to see them take action, we're happy to create that space. And just here a reminder of how the We Are Home website will prompt you to those spaces to learn more about the Nebraska stories that we had, that we showed in the beginning, to email Congress and call Congress. So yes, I hope a lot of you see taking action, and please contact us if you want to create this space or recreate this space with people in your community or your circle. And I'll give it back to Romulo, who's going to talk a little bit about how we can still take action. We're advocating for the community here, but we can also do other things in our daily life to keep creating these vibrant, inclusive communities.
Terrific. Thank you, César. And you know, sometimes I just want to honor what you just showed us, is that some folks may not necessarily know it's a quick couple minutes to even call a member of Congress. You know, that phone number that you explained to us, that's Nebraska based. So, you know, folks who may be tuned in from outside of the state, definitely contact, you know, your members of Congress, and similar type of thoughts to share with them. You know, in doing some of these collective group actions, it's amazing how many folks said, wow, I didn't know it was that easy to contact a member of Congress. You know, I thought it had some sort of stigma around it, you know, and I think that's one of the strongest components that, you know, that you shared with us, César, is that, you know, the more folks we can get engaged and not only listening to the stories of fellow Nebraskans, but communicating and engaging with their elected members of Congress, you know, then that's going to be a positive thing just going forward. And then, of course, that phone number that we had on the screen there would take a caller to their one member from the House of Representatives and then the 2 United States senators. Okay, so it's a convenient number to just make 3 calls, you know, within the span of maybe 10 or less minutes, you know. Now, last thoughts that we want to share with you before we open it up for any questions from the group. You know, we're talking a lot about federal immigration laws and impact it has across the state. In addition to that, definitely create intentionality regarding, you know, how each of us comports ourselves on the day-to-day basis in our neighborhoods, in our local communities, you know, and we want to together create that sense of belonging for all Nebraskans, you know, whether we're longtime Nebraskans or we're newer Nebraskans. So even something simple as saying hello, going for a walk, inviting a neighbor to a local park, a YMCA, YWCA, historical site, you know, those little things that help us connect with one another as we lived, you know, and are continuing to feel the ramifications of the pandemic. You know, we have to, I encourage us all to think creatively on how we can connect with one another. You know, being safe and smart about it, but having those conversations, listening and learning to one another, definitely, especially regarding other issues such as, you know, folks from Afghanistan who may be arriving to Nebraska. Definitely reach out to other organizations that do focus on the welcoming and connecting of resources to our new Nebraska neighbors, such as Lutheran Family Services or Refugee Empowerment Center. And I also want to let you know that here at Nebraska Appleseed, we do have a couple of team members in our welcoming team, Krista Yoakum and Kenda Mustafa. If anyone's interested in coordinating some sort of a group training or group discussion regarding inclusion, regarding just being more welcoming and being a good neighbor, you know, definitely reach out to us. We can put you in contact with Krista and Kenda. But with that said, I invite everybody to follow us on social media, Nebraska Appleseed, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And I will stop sharing my screen. And Mike, if you want to open it up to any questions, we would be happy to try to address those questions.
Fantastic. Thank you to you both for your presentation today. So if anybody would like to comment in with your questions, now is the time. There was a lot of information there. Really great information. Thank you. I myself was curious about a lot of that. And so these are really fantastic sessions to communicate this really important information on how we can make a change. So, okay, here's one comment here that I'll put up. Henry says, "Thank you, RJ, for the useful information and the legislative bills. I appreciate the ease with which César demonstrated calling one's congressional representatives." I also agree with that. Yes, thank you, Henry. It's easier than you think to make that phone call, and thank you for urging people to do so. Let's see.
Definitely.
Will Trump's? Yep. Go ahead.
Well, one quick comment, and thank you, Henry, for that. It's amazing because some folks who may have a long history of engaging with members of Congress, whether it be in person, whether it be email, whether it be phone. I do want to give space to and thanks to those folks who are tuned in who have long been reaching out to Congress, weekly, monthly, daily in some cases. So I want to lift that up. But I also want to encourage everybody who's tuned in to think about folks who maybe are new to this process, maybe are interested, just haven't been given that nudge to say, hey, it's this easy. Definitely talk with your own circles, social circles, family, friends. We at Nebraska Appleseed are happy to work with any groups you all are a part of and host some sort of a group action and training. But again, those personal discussions to me really are very powerful elements, in when we talk about these complex topics such as immigration. So, but thank you, Henry, for that comment. Okay.
Please put the phone number back up on the screen. Judy, yeah, let me do that real quick for you. It's actually in the chat right below your comment, 402-749-8333. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So I will put that up. Thank you, Andrea. We had a comment from a fellow named Bruce, and I think he's being, I'm not sure what he means by this, but will Trump send them back when he is reinstated? I'm not sure if he's saying that Trump is going to be reinstated or not. You can certainly tackle that one, which is interesting, but he very well might be.
Sure. No, definitely. And it's when we talk about these positive immigration laws, it's actually something that's amazing how bipartisan or even nonpartisan this issue is once folks are talking in the communities. Once we're talking to one another, we can focus on Nebraska and whether somebody is, views themselves as more conservative or some more liberal or whatever type of label, they strongly identify with. When we get down to the core issues of long-time community members, folks who are working in a lot of these industries that we've deemed as, as essential, especially during the pandemic, it's amazing how much support there is in our communities for these types of ideas. Now, the challenge is, as we're witnessing right now, is that Congress is currently negotiating, how or if immigration will be a part of this budget reconciliation process. So I think really it falls upon us as community members to keep engaging with our elected officials, at all levels, and let them know, what elements of just to focus on immigration, what elements we feel strongly about and what they should constantly keep in mind as they're having those negotiations.
Thank you for that. Okay. We had a question from Mark. I'm going to leave the phone number up on the screen for those of you that wanted it. But I'll read you the questions. We had a question from Mark saying, how many refugees, DACA, DACA people, etc., are in Nebraska? Do we know that?
Gosh, and I don't know, César, if you may have it in some notes somewhere. I know I would have to look it up. What I would, I guess, encourage folks to do is to maybe reach out to or check out that Take Action website that we put in there, and you'll start to see some of those local stories. But also there are many community partner organizations who do serve many of those community members, all across the state. I mean, talk about like, Centro Hispano in the Columbus area, Unity in Action in South Sioux City, the multicultural coalition there in the GI area, and you know, we look all across the state here in Nebraska, and it's not exclusive to those populations, whether they be DOC or Dreamers. You know, those organizations serve everybody really, but I would just say that there's a significant presence here, a significant number, and you know, in my view, it's long overdue that we do take action and create some sort of a common sense pathway.
Yeah, I just want to have a quick add for Mark's question. We're happy to follow up with the exact number. I don't have it top of my head or right here, too. But I think what you know, that's a great question, and I think the context really goes into the comment was about that Nebraska had the nation's largest resettlement rate per capita. That means that there's more compared to the other states. And it was just to emphasize the long tradition of a welcoming place how Nebraska has been. And I think without going too much the numbers, we're happy to share that too. But you know, just into the context of the tradition, and that there are community members and vibrant communities here that keep adding, you know, that vibrancy and diversity to people in our communities in Nebraska. So we're happy to take that and follow up. So then if you have other questions related to that, we're happy to have that conversation too as well. But thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I'll put this question up here. Educating even our representatives and senators is crucial. In a recent meeting with Representative Adrian Smith, he asked us, "What is TPS?" ? Didn't even know what temporary protective status means.
Yeah, you know, definitely. Again, immigration there's so many complexities and layers to this topic, right? So I strongly agree with Andrea in that it's important that we continually educate our elected members or bring this to the forefront of their mind, because this is important to us. This is important to our communities. So definitely just keep, you know, again, with those phone calls, emails, if there's any sort of in-person town hall or whatever other opportunity, keep raising that point, because even, and I see in the chat there's some activity, but even like in Congressional District 2, you know, Congressman Bacon did I believe vote in support of, was it the Dream and Promise Act in the House, but you know, it hasn't been addressed in the Senate. So, you know, again, it's a complex issue, but I do agree with Andrea that, you know, it's continually educating and or raising the volume and showing that this is important to us as Nebraskans, you know, is a very, very efficient approach.
So we'll take one more question, then we'll have to move on, but this is a very interesting one. I'll read it very quickly. I have a housemaid from Vietnam who's recently earned her master's degree, but cannot find a company who will sponsor her for a worker's visa. Her temporary position is in our small town will expire in January. So without such sponsorship, she will have to return to Saigon or stay illegally. Is this unwillingness to sponsor people a recent and probable ongoing trend? Is it likely to change?
Well, I would like just to take a bit of this. Well, you know, our work is really rooted on the systemic change. So the idea is like how, you know, we're inviting people precisely to understand how complex the system is. So this is a great question, and also like highlights the complexities. So I will say that we recommend, we can actually connect offline. We'll be happy to put our information here, and I will encourage you to contact us, and then we can find a way to direct that. You know, just as a way, since we do advocacy work and work on systemic change, the specific of cases, it's not our expertise. So I will, we have some resources that we can actually share that can actually lead you to people that can actually help in sense of like what are the best options for the person that you're talking. So it's just to highlight that it is more than not that we don't want to tell you what, it's not our really work in that sense, but what we are happy to do, if we do that a lot, is to direct you, you know, to a good channel where you can find the resources to help and to have people that can actually help you answer those specific questions of that case of that person.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Bonnie, for the question. I did include his email, César's email here. Also, I did include it in the chat, so you can go back and find that right below your comment. So with that said, we are going to move on. Thank you so much to both of you for your time today. Had a great experience, and we will move on here.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Okay. So I'm going to remove this, but yes, like I said, his email's in the comment, so you can find that here in just 1 second. Okay. So now moving on, I'm going to introduce Kevin Aberesk to make a posthumous presentation of the 2021 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award. Now, this is a huge honor, and I personally knew Leo. He did a lot of incredible things with KZUM. My wife's the GM of KZUM, and he was unbelievable to the station, unbelievable to the community, and he was unbelievable to me. So this is a really great honor, and I'm going to introduce Kevin. Here's Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Hello. How are you?
Okay, good. I will let you take the mic. Whoops.
How madake api chanwashtia nape chuza pielo tachanku cheska macha pielo malakota. In my native Lakota language, I just greeted you as relatives, for we as Lakota people believe that we are all related. I told you that my name is Holy Road. As Mike mentioned, my non-Indian name is Kevin Aberesk, and I serve as the vice chair of the Lincoln Indian Center Board of Directors. I also serve as a human rights commissioner here in Lincoln, and have served as a journalist in my community for the past 22 years. With that, I want to thank Nebraskans for Peace for giving the 2021 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award to my good friend and brother, Leo Yankton, who departed from this earth on August 26th. And I want to thank his daughter, Milana Yankton, and his sister, Dr. Lori Dance, for accepting this award on his behalf. It is my privilege and honor to present this award to the both of you who loved him so much and protected him and brought him so much joy and love when he was still with us. You know, I can't imagine a more appropriate honor to grant to our dear friend Leo, who served for several years on the Nebraskans for Peace Board of Directors, than this award named for another great leader of my community, the late Dr. Frank Lemire. Frank and Leo knew and respected each other deeply in this life. When Leo and I called for Frank's support after a police officer struck Leo's nephew with his cruiser several years ago, Frank heeded that call and spoke on behalf of Leo's family on the steps of the state capitol. And when Frank called for help in supporting the family of Zachary Bearhills after that young Lakota and Kiowa man was killed by Omaha police in 2017, Leo heeded that call and helped organize protests in Omaha. And I want to share two quotes from these two great men to demonstrate just how alike their thoughts were when it came to Indigenous identity and the need for action. The first is a now famous quote from Dr. Lemire, and it is this: "Nothing changes until someone is made to feel uncomfortable. Nothing changes until we make ourselves uncomfortable." The next is a somewhat less famous quote from Leo, and it is this: "If I wanted to live and be asleep for the rest of my life, I could live comfortably. When I wake up and step out of being American and into being a Lakota, that's when my life becomes uncomfortable." You know, it's fascinating to me just how alike these two quotes are. Both call upon us all to recognize the oppressive colonial system that we as Native people have had to endure for 5 centuries. And both statements call upon Indigenous people to be willing to step up and take the hard road of living an authentic Indigenous life. You know, Leo certainly did his very best to live an authentic Indigenous life. In fact, I would say that everything he did in service to his people and his community. Everything he did out of love for his people. Indeed, his whole heart, his big, strong heart, was for his people. Whether it was raising funds for an elderly meals van for his community of Manderson, South Dakota, or raising funds for a new roof for a relative on the Pine Ridge Reservation, Leo acted on behalf of his people. Whether it was gathering wood and propane heaters for the water protectors at Standing Rock or warm clothing for his people on Pine Ridge, Leo acted out of love for his people. And Leo didn't just speak up for his people here in America. He was more than happy to educate our relatives across the ocean about the struggle of his people here at home. Leo was a teepee maker, a landscaper. He started a nonprofit, Intertribal Spiritual Lodges, to support the spiritual and cultural practices of his people. We hope to carry on the work of that nonprofit. And he stood up for the Lincoln Indian Center after failed management practices left that vital community resource in ruins. You see, Leo was a connector and was always seeking out those in his community whom he felt should be in positions of power. And he would set forth to empower them and encourage them to step forward. Two of the people he encouraged in this way were myself and Deveron Baxter, and we now serve as the chair and vice chair of the Indian Center Board. Leo did that. Finally, I just want to say that Leo was one of the first people in my own life to tell me that he thought I could be a leader in my own community. He was one of the few people who would always give me a hug when he saw me and tell me he loved me. And now with his passing, I am missing him so much, like so many others. And I want to call upon all of us to strive to live up to example, and I promise to do the same. I would ask each of you to think about how you can empower the people around you, how you can lift up our future leaders and heal the wounded warriors amongst us. This is what Leo would want. He would want us all to fight for each other and defend one another against whatever foe stands in our way. And with that, I want to present the 2021 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award to my friend and brother, Leo Yankton. And I want to thank his daughter, Milana, and his sister, Dr. Lori Dance, for accepting this award on his behalf. Aho, Wopila Tonka.
I just want to say thank you, and I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of my dad. I know he would have been and was very humbled and honored to be recognized for his work that he was so passionate about. So thank you.
Thank you, Milana. And Kevin, thank you for that wonderful presentation of Leo. I too am honored. I, along with Kevin and many others, had the opportunity to be a co-activist with Leo here in Lincoln at Standing Rock, and as many of you know, in Scandinavia. And I thought one of the best ways to honor him is to read the words of Mette Lundsfrid, who captured Leo's impact in a visit to Denmark. So I just want to share some of her words. I had a chance to share these words at this memorial a couple of weeks ago, and I think she captures it so well, why I believe in that Nebraskans for Peace recognizes him as a peacemaker. So Mette says about that visit that Leo had to Denmark in 2016, she says, "I only spent 3 days of my life in Leo's presence, but in those days he played a part in transforming not only my life, but so many other lives for the better and to reach higher understanding of interconnectedness." That night, after a sightseeing tour of Copenhagen's underground scene in Christiania, he gave a once-in-a-lifetime talk at Folkets Hus, which is the People's House, an iconic community-owned building in the center of Copenhagen's left-wing, undocumented Antifa and climate activist scene. Despite the cold December evening, the conference room was standing room only. People sitting in the windowsills, on the floor, on top of each other, lined up on chairs, on the staircase to listen and learn. Leo had, before his talk, given an interview to an online magazine and had dinner with Lori, my sister Ida, and myself. We had laughed, exchanged strategies of activism and solidarity, and discussed Danish colonial history on par with other European colonial violence. Leo spoke with humor and charm, and he listened and quickly understood the national scene he was in. Later, as he stood there talking to the audience, it felt like a historical moment. Never before had a native Lakota man been the main speaker at an event in this house in this city, in this country. The audience members included persons with indigenous ancestry from Greenland. Greenland was colonized by Denmark. The Greenlanders, also known as the Inuit peoples, felt seen during Leo's talk, while others felt the shame and pain of knowing the violent colonial history of Denmark and Copenhagen. Leo seemed to take it all in with grace and patience. With deep calmness, he respected everyone's individual interpretations of him and spoke back to all the common misconceptions that many Danes have about natives of Turtle Island, aka America, as well as natives of Greenland. Leo made the light bulb go off in the heads of many that night. Many climate activists had come to stand in solidarity with Standing Rock, show their engagement against the pipeline, and learn about the solidarity movement in America. But they got so much more. The interconnectedness of colonialism, settlerism, capitalism, racism, climate activism, as well as dehumanizing stereotypes and the lasting impacts on Native communities across the globe all came to light via Leo's talk that night. As she concludes, she says, after Leo's talk, many asked me, as they knew me as a refugee rights activist, why are you here? How do you know Leo? Why did a native Lakota travel in alliance with two native Danish women who fight for the freedom of refugees, are against border regimes, and in solidarity with Palestine? For many, these interconnected struggles came together that night in ways they had never come before. Just the accomplishment of making people connect the dots and see that solidarity with Standing Rock is linked to solidarity with people in occupied Palestine, refugees in Denmark, and also linked to native Inuit Greenlanders was an accomplishment that changed the Copenhagen activist scene overnight, literally. And Leo, you did that, of course, together with many others, but you played a central part, and I stand in awe. And as I close this acceptance, I too am honored to receive this on behalf of my baby brother. I called him baby bro. He called me big sis. We, many people, Kevin, Milana, Susan, many others in this community will, through intertribal spiritual lodges, Leo's nonprofit organization, continue the legacies and continue the projects he started, continue building bridges between natives in the Midwest and Scandinavia, the Sami people. We want to continue his community improvements in Lincoln, Pine Ridge, Omaha. We plan to continue the connections with Mother Earth. For example, geothermal greenhouses, the building of those, and the building of Earthship homes. So it's our pleasure, and it's so wonderful that Leonard Leo Yankton leaves this legacy for us to continue. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I add just one more thing real quick? I just wanted to recognize Susan Alleman as well. She's sitting there besides Milana and Dr. Dance. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were going to be on the broadcast. I would have mentioned you in my speech as well. Susan sat by Leo's bedside for days and weeks and months as he fought that terrible disease of cancer. And I want to thank her so much for everything she did for Leo and for standing up for him in his final days as well. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you all for being here. My condolences to the family and friends of Leo. And I just want to take 1 second and show this image that Leo sent me a while back. I find it just a beautiful picture. 1 second. Okay, once again, my condolences. Thank you so much for that. Now I'd like to introduce Ron Todd Meyer to present the award for Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Award to Dwayne Mays. Here's Ron.
All right. Good afternoon. And also my thoughts on Leo. I mean, he was a very, very good example of what it means to be human, and the wisdom that he's shown in his life, I hope, lives on forever. Okay, I'm presenting this award on behalf of Paul Olson. He asked me to present this, but he wrote the text for it. So, Dr. Dwayne Mays has been an officer and a leader in the local NAACP for many years, serving in a variety of roles. He participates in its meetings at the state and regional level and brings back to Lincoln ideas that originated there or in the national office. Dwayne is always a leader in Lincoln NAACP meetings, currently serving as president of the branch. Dr. Mays was the point man for the NAACP in its work with Nebraskans for Peace to organize the annual Nelson Mandela birthday celebrations that began in 2015. These annual gatherings drew many African Americans and Caucasian citizens to celebrate the work of peace and justice of Nelson Mandela, to enjoy a meal together, to hear African and African American music, and to learn how to use Mandela's Truth and Reconciliation process locally to address the rank racism that afflicts our state and region. Since 2018, Dr. Mays has chaired the NAACP Truth and Reconciliation process here for Lincoln and Nebraska. Those involved in this process look first at the disparities in and the multiculturalism of our educational system in Lincoln and Nebraska as it affects African American, Latino, Native American, Asian Americans, and recent immigrant populations. He chaired dozens of meetings with foundations and funders, civic organizations, churches, and the Lincoln Board of Education, as well as the Nebraska Department of Education. He has kept the effort rolling, raising $40,000 so far to help fund the Truth and Reconciliation process. As a result, there is the prospect for students to receive an education that is more multiculturally focused. We may see less racism at athletic events and a more successful school experience for children of color. Of course, Dr. Mays did not do this alone. Dozens of people have worked on this, but Dr. Mays was the organizer and guiding force. Dr. Mays is a former Army officer and a highly esteemed professional soil scientist who does not need his record on human rights to assure his distinction. He was a leading soil scientist for the federal government here in Lincoln. He could well have rested on his laurels as a scholar, but chose to work for justice, not only for African Americans, but also for Native Americans and Latinos in the NAACP Truth and Reconciliation process. Dr. Mays organizes and works with any and all people who care about justice in our society. He amply deserves the NFP's 2021 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award. Dr. Mays.
Thank you so much. And certainly thank you to the Nebraskans for Peace for awarding me this highly esteemed recognition. Certainly, as was said, it's not me that I feel is being recognized, but certainly the efforts that a number of organizations, as well as certainly Nebraskans for Peace, that have pushed forward. There is much to do in hearing and recognition that has been given, that have been given already. The Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award is certainly an inspiration to remind me, and certainly hopefully others as well, just how much work is left to be done. And I know that we will get there as we work on making this community a better place to live. Thank you so much for what you're doing and the efforts and the support that you have given me. Certainly like to thank Dr. Olson for recommending me for this award. I will forever be grateful to him and to Nebraskans for Peace. And certainly I look forward to working with you because we're doing this work together and there is much more to do. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mays. And yes, indeed, there is much more to do. Okay, the next Peacemaker Award that I'm going to present is to Bold, Nebraska. And for the past decade, Bold, Nebraska brought together an unlikely coalition of people that changed the state by recognizing and calling out injustice towards the land, the water, and the people who work to protect the natural resources we are entrusted with. There were many skeptics who thought that there was not much that could be done to stop a tar sands oil pipeline that was to be entrenched from Canada to the Gulf of Mexico by a foreign corporation. Most Nebraska's political leaders supported having the pipeline built. But then a small group of landowners, tribal leaders, and an informed woman who organized the group Bold, Nebraska began to expose the threat that this project would have on our water, land, and environment. This movement grew as the false claims by the promoters were exposed by Bold, Nebraska and other like-minded organizations. This foreign entity was even booed by the fans at the University of Nebraska football game as they advertised on the screen at Memorial Stadium, portraying themselves as falsely as good neighbors to Nebraskans. Later, a massive national and international demonstration in Washington, D.C. that included many of these landowners, indigenous leaders, and members of Bold, Nebraska called attention to the damage this project would have on the climate. Eventually, President Obama called for a halt to the project, but with the election of 2016, the KXL again was given the green light in spite of all the exposed dangers. Peacemaking requires a persistent hope that justice will prevail when people find common ground and work together. Bold, Nebraska brought together diverse groups of people that enabled us to know and find our common humanity and our relationship to our common home, planet Earth. Nebraskans for Peace is honored to present this 2021 Frank Lemire Peacemaker Award to Bold, Nebraska. And hopefully here to accept this award is that informed woman who started Bold, Nebraska, Jane Klebb.
Hi, everyone. First, let me just acknowledge Tom and Kathy, who also are on the screen, and I'm sure they're going to want to say a few words too. I'll just say a few remarks, and then I'll pass the mic over to Tom and Kathy. You know, I think first, when I first moved to Nebraska, now almost 15 years ago, I would see these Nebraskans for Peace bumper stickers on cars all across the state. And I started to ask, you know, what is this group? Why do I see a lot of Nebraskans for Peace stickers with a lot of other stickers of messages that I agreed with? So I knew of the fellow activists. And I was introduced to Tim and so many others of your group's leaders and founders. And something that really has stuck with me is that Nebraskans for Peace, I think, at least from my perspective, is the oldest organization across the state that continues to mobilize citizens on issues of fairness and justice and climate change and peace. And it is not easy sometimes being a progressive and justice group in a red and rural state. And I can tell you, I have been to many vigils, either that Bold, Nebraska has hosted or Nebraskans for Peace have hosted. And I know everybody watching this can relate, where sometimes there's just 3 of us. And sometimes there's 100, sometimes there's 300. But even the moments when there's 3 of us, and this is what Frank Lemire would always remind all of us, is that if there were only 3, then 3 were meant to be there together. 3 were meant to share that space. 3 were meant to give that message. 3 were meant to show corporations and big business and elected officials that it really is the people that are going to protect us. And I just thank so much Nebraskans for Peace, recognizing the work that BOLD has done over the years. It is clearly one of those organizations that is small but mighty. We continue to punch above our weight. We were never going to allow a foreign corporation to run a pipeline filled with tar sands through not only the land of farmers and ranchers, but the land of the Ponca, the Pawnee, the Santee, the Omaha, and the Winnebago. So I cherish this award. Will go up on our wall, and I will pass the mic over to Tom and Kathy to say a few words as well.
Thank you. I will just say congratulations, Jane. So well deserved. And I guess if there's any one thing that stands out, it's the hundreds of us that you have empowered to write letters, to give testimony, and to stand up for our land and our water. And that empowerment is huge. And we're just 2 of hundreds and hundreds. But congratulations.
Now, that being said, this is all a hard act to follow, I'll tell you that. But yeah, congratulations, Jane, on the award for BOLD. Just a little bit of the, and I'll try to do this quick. When we first got acquainted with the proposed KXL pipeline, it was crossing some family ground in North Nebraska. It wasn't too long until we started getting acquainted with BOLD and Jane and following the organization that she was putting together. And once we found out that there were allied groups, we noticed that one of the allied groups was Nebraskans for Peace. And I keep my eyes open for allies of any sort, because I'm not equipped with all of the abilities that are required to be an activist and take on, the chores that we've had the privilege of taking on. But together, and the leadership of Jane, Frank Lemire, the list goes on and on, the tribal leaders that we've gotten acquainted with, and the friendships, and the love and the respect that's gone along with it is just absolutely amazing and unmatched. And I'll turn it back to Jane at this point. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And we do serve with Nebraskans for Peace on the board and that kind of thing. And so part of that was from a selfish standpoint. I didn't want to let organizations like Nebraskans for Peace forget about the pipeline. Check.
I'll just close with one last thing. I think it is truly amazing that Nebraskans for Peace have named their awards after Frank Lemire. And there are so many messages and stories that I have of Frank. He was, as you all know, a very close friend of mine, served with me on the Nebraska Democratic Party as our vice chair. But the thing that always sticks with me, especially when I'm driving to the Sandhills or some other part of our state or to a different state, is Frank would always tell me that he didn't care about people's titles. And he didn't care about awards even that people were giving. How he measured a person was the road dust collected on their cars. And so thank you, Nebraskans for Peace, for being those individuals who do collect the road dust and who practice what you preach. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much. We are honored. Okay, I'll turn it back to Mike.
Okay, congratulations to BOLD, Nebraska. Tom and Kathy Janung, thank you so much. Good to see you, and thank you for all your hard work. And okay, and Ron, I will take the mic from here. Okay, I personally have worked with BOLD, Nebraska quite a bit, and that's just wonderful honor. Congratulations. Great to see you folks. Okay, moving on. Our final keynote. I do want to say congratulations to Leo Yankton, Dwayne Mays as well. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. So now moving on to our final keynote of the year's conference is by Dr. Martha Shulsky. Dr. Shulsky is a professor of applied climate science at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. She serves as the director of the Nebraska State Climate Office and is the state climatologist for Nebraska. Therein, her talk will address climate change in Nebraska and is entitled Climate Change in Nebraska, Implications and Solutions. Please welcome Dr. Martha Shulsky. Hello,
Great.
Martha.
Hi, everybody.
I'll give the mic to you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. This was beautiful tributes there, and I'm really happy to be a part of this. I have some slides I'm going to share with you today. Hopefully, if I can get this working correctly. Good. Does that look all right, Mike?
Yes, it looks great.
Good. Okay, good. So I'm just going to give kind of an overview today of climate change, what we're seeing in Nebraska, what our past has been, and what our future is looking like, depending on solutions that we will hopefully implement. So I wanted to start off just stepping back just a little bit and talking about a few basic components of climatology, so to speak. And so Ron mentioned this in his comments earlier. He talked about the fact that the Earth is our common home. And the climate of the Earth, something that is really important to keep in mind is that the climate is a system, and it's made up of the landscape and changes that we make on the landscape, the oceans that redistribute heat across the world, the atmosphere, the very dynamic atmosphere that changes from day to day, the snow and ice, the polar ice caps, the amount of snow that we have on Earth. That's a very important part of the climate system. And another important part of the climate system is people. And the fact that all of these components are working together, and it's a very complex system. And climate change, when you think of that, it might be this very big and broad topic that happens at the global scale. And so hopefully I'll give you examples to localize that so we can understand what is this given global climate change, what does that actually mean for us here in Nebraska? Okay, so at the university here in Lincoln, I teach a 100 level class. It's an introduction to climate change. And if I were to boil down my class into a few key messages, this is what I would talk about. So trying to think of climate change, this very complex issue, into these really simplified messages. One, the fact that it is real and it's here now. So climate change is not, we're not waiting for it to happen. It's not happening in a far off place. It is not the polar bear on the ice floe. It is the flood of 2019, or it is the heavy rain that hit Omaha in August. These are ways that we are feeling climate change. So the fact that it is real and here now is a very important concept to accept. And once we do that, then we can move on with solutions. With climate change, thinking globally again, the impacts are felt disproportionately. So those that are most affected by it are typically those that contribute the least to it. It doesn't affect everyone at the same level. Those individuals or groups of people, the elderly, sick, indigenous populations, island nations, these are parts of our common home that are impacted the most. So it is disproportional. Those who cause climate change and those who are impacted by climate change. Another key point is the fact that we are the cause of this current climate change. It's unequivocal. There is no question scientifically the fact that we are causing climate change, but that means that we are the solution. And so I'll talk about what some of these solutions are. A thing that I stress the most, and it's tied to this idea of solutions, and that is connecting with common values. Climate change can be difficult to talk about in a place like Nebraska. And I give lots of talks on climate change to lots of different audiences. But the one thing I always do is to connect with who I'm talking with on common values. Is it water? Is it your health? Is it the economy? Everything is tied to climate and climate change. And so finding out what a person, what drives them, what they're interested in, that's a way that we can communicate on climate change in a meaningful and positive and actionable way. And then finally, it's not too late to act, but we must act now. We are running out of time. If we do not put mitigative actions into place within the next 5-10 years, our climate will be something that will be not livable as it currently is. So it's not too late. We have time, but we must act now. Okay, just a few comments. Let's think about Nebraska's climate past. Kind of the basic points that I wanted to cover here is that we have warmed overall. Our nighttime temperatures are warming twice as fast as our daytime high temperatures. That's a very common signature of climate change, and it's happening elsewhere. One exception to this, and I'll talk about this more a little bit later, is that Februaries have cooled recently and significantly so. If you remember earlier this year, we had a very cold February. Februaries are actually cooling in the last 30 years by about 5 degrees. That is tied to climate change in the Arctic and the fact that we're getting more cold air outbreaks during February. We have recently. So the fact that we get a cold February or we get a cold day, it does not negate climate change. Climate change is still happening and we can still get cold. The rate of warming is accelerating in recent decades. Nebraska has warmed by about 1 degree, a little bit more over the last 100 years, similar to the global average rate of warming. But in recent decades, that rate of warming is speeding up. Nebraska has also overall trended toward wetter. So we're getting more precipitation. It's mostly driven by changes during the spring and in October. We're also getting more heavy rain events. Okay, so that's what our precipitation past is like. It's not to say that we don't have drought. We're about half the state is currently in drought conditions right now. So we still are impacted by drought. But overall, we've gotten wetter. Another key part when we're thinking about global climate change and how it relates to Nebraska when thinking of that year-to-year differences in temperatures. So the fact that variability, those ups and downs that you see in this record, that happens due to natural causes, due to just fluctuations in this very complex Earth climate system that I talked about. But we are trending upward. So just because we go up and down from year to year, it doesn't negate the fact that we're still trending upward. Okay? And this is something that can confuse people, or some people can use this as a tool to promote against climate change. If we have a cold winter or cold year, we can variability still does happen, but it doesn't mean that the climate is not changing and shifting overall. So I mentioned earlier that we are the cause. Humans, what we're doing to the environment, greenhouse gas emissions, the fact that we're amplifying this naturally occurring greenhouse effect that we have in the Earth climate system. We know that we are the cause of climate change. Okay, that is not something that's debated. So the path that we would like to take, that's up to us to decide. Okay, so a global average temperature, the black, dark gray here, that's where we have been. So we can choose to decide this less risky approach that will still have large scale impacts, or we can choose, if we do nothing, if we are a business as usual scenario, If we keep emissions as they are, then this is a very high risk approach with catastrophic impacts. So our climate future is up to us to craft. So a report came out a couple of months ago from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It was a 6th assessment report. These come out regularly, and it's a collection of scientists across the world. They are looking at scientific literature and publications and synthesizing this information and delivering these messages for policymakers. So our climate future, just a few decades from now, if we do not mitigate climate change, that's the scenario that you see here. Central Nebraska will be like present day southern Kansas. So we will warm on average by about 5.5 degrees. So you can note in these color schemes how this compares to other parts of the world. You see dark red across the Arctic. What is driving that is a reduction in sea ice and snow. So when you remove this highly reflective landscape that snow and ice is, you're going to absorb a lot more of that sunlight, a lot more of that energy is going to amplify the warming. Okay, so that's why you see those darker red colors in the Arctic. So thinking about precipitation, so I mentioned that Nebraska has gotten wetter over time. We've gotten about 10% wetter on average for a statewide average. If we look forward in the next 20, 30 years, the wet areas of the world will get wetter and the dry areas will get drier. So what that means for Nebraska is we're likely to continue that wetting trend. So here I have about 12% wetter. So you might be thinking, well, on average, for our annual average total, if we gain 12%, what does that really matter? So how we'll get our precipitation and at what time of year is going to be different. So there's a lot of color on this image. And so here's the current conditions here at about 2020. And these colors are a departure from kind of the present day normal period. So we're looking at a history on the left and then our future conditions on the right. And this is going month by month. So we start at January at the top and go down to December at the bottom. So what this is, if you just focus on the colors, our climate, just 30 years into the future, is going to be more precipitation, more rain during the colder time of year. Okay, so during winter and spring, we're going to be 10 to 15% wetter. During the summer, during the growing season, our climate will be drier than what it is now. And during the fall, there's a bit of a mixed signal, kind of depending on the month. So overall, think about Nebraska's future climate: wetter during the cold time of year and drier during the summer, during the growing season, when it's also going to be warmer than what it is now. So I also mentioned how we get our precipitation, how effective it is. Does it erode the landscape? Does it cause flooding? Does it run off? Do we get more heavy rain events, or do we get more of those gentle, nice soaking rains? Unfortunately, heavy rain events will increase in Nebraska's climate future, and for much of the globe, in fact. Drought events will also increase. So what I envision is, in this overall wetter climate, that climate is going to be punctuated by quick onset drought events. So think about 2019, which was a very wet year, right? We had the massive flood. It was a wet summer. It was the 3rd wettest year on record for Nebraska. That's 2019. And then 2020, we had the 15th driest year, and we're still quite dry in the state. So going quickly from one extreme to another will be more common, in fact, in Nebraska's future climate. And I'll just pop some images here on the screen. So thinking about these high impact events that we experience, there will be an increase overall in extreme events. And in Nebraska, in the Great Plains in general, we have a very extreme climate. I like to refer to it as the climate crossroads. We're kind of this dividing line between the wetter eastern half of the US and the drier western half of the US. We have weather systems move through, our weather changes quickly. Our weather will be more extreme. These weather events, these are ways in which we feel climate and climate change. So think of climate as our personality, and weather is our mood. So weather is going to change from day to day, and personality is an overall indication of our collective moods. So when climate shifts, when our personality shifts, so do the moods that we experience, and so do our weather events. So again, this is how we feel climate change. And this can happen locally, like the massive flood in 2019. Okay, the question is not, did climate change cause it? The question is, how much worse was it made by climate change? Because climate change is already here and already impacting us. We've experienced examples of other types of flood, like summertime flooding. Here we're looking at Fort Calhoun, outside of Omaha. That was potentially in danger due to flooding along the river. And these other two images illustrate the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to be an event that happens locally in Nebraska. Things that happen elsewhere do impact us. So drought and heat that they're experiencing this year, in fact. So ranchers could be getting calls for people asking for hay because there is none grown in the plains of Montana and in North Dakota because they're in the grips of exceptional drought there. So that impacts us here in Nebraska. Or think about wildfire smoke. We've had smoky days this year in the past few years. It's been warmer than normal and very dry for much of the West. They're more susceptible to wildfires. When those wildfires do occur, the smoke infiltrates into this part of the country. So again, it's things outside of Nebraska that can happen, but we can still feel the impacts. In thinking about kind of these model results that came out of this IPCC report, one thing to me that it speaks to is in thinking about our climate future, if we do not act on climate change, there is no analog for our climate 30 years from now. It's not something that we have experienced in the past. Therefore, we have not managed it. We don't have plans in place for a climate that we will experience if we do not mitigate future climate change. Furthermore, if we have no mitigation, our climate will not stabilize. If you recall one of the previous images where I had our climate future and we could pick mitigation versus no mitigation, the global temperature curve kept increasing. So if you think about what that means for us is we don't stabilize in our climate will always be changing, which is something that's very difficult to adapt to and to manage for. So again, it's much less risky and much lower impacts if we put those mitigative actions into place soon. So that was kind of an overview of historical trends and future projections, just kind of a broad look at that and implications for Nebraska. So I'll offer some considerations here. And this is something that I touched on earlier, and that's the fact that we can still get cold. There are natural drivers and internal variability in this complex climate system that can modulate some of these human-caused changes, especially when you're looking at the local scale and in the short term. So this example that I talked about, since the 1990s, in Nebraska, we've gotten about 5 degrees colder in February. So I mentioned that was tied to what's going on in the Arctic. The Arctic is warming twice as fast as the rest of the world. And when that happens, you reduce your temperature difference between the Arctic and mid-latitudes. So that influences the jet stream, right? This river of air that weather systems move through, and it becomes more wavy, and we become more susceptible to cold air outbreaks in the wintertime. So an example of how the Earth's climate system is responding to this change and how that plays out for us here in Nebraska. So this does not negate climate change, and this can happen, and we expect it to happen. So some things to consider. The magnitude of the expected changes will exceed those we've experienced in the last century. So what does that mean in terms of preparedness for this? If we're planning and preparing for a historical climate in Nebraska, it will not apply to Nebraska's climate future. So we have to be thinking about and incorporating Nebraska's future climate into our planning efforts at the local scale, at the basin scale, at whatever scale is of interest to you. We have to be incorporating climate information and planning for a future climate that is different than the past, because our changes will exceed those we've experienced in the past century. And thinking about both adapting or reacting to the changes that are taking place, as well as mitigating, preventing future climate change. Think of both of these in terms of a transformational change. This is an opportunity, as I see it, for innovation, thinking outside of the box and differently than what we have before. So when this report, this IPCC report was published, there is a quote that came to mind, and I used this in my Climate 101 class at UNL, and I thought it was a very good quote and illustrates kind of where we exist right now in this country. And F. Sherwood Rowland, he was a Nobel scientist, right? We're giving out Nobel Prizes at this time of year. You've probably heard that in the media. When giving his acceptance speech for a Nobel Prize in chemistry concerning ozone, this is what he stated. What's the use of having developed a science well enough to make predictions if in the end, all we're willing to do is stand around and wait for them to come true? Okay, we have model output. The science is settled. Utilizing this reports and this information that the scientists are providing us is something that we absolutely have to be doing. So I'm going to kind of transition here into solutions, and I'll just talk about some obstacles, some obstacles that I personally face in my job. And that is thinking outside of science and the fact that perceptions matter and science is not enough, right? If science were enough, this would have been solved decades ago, but it is not enough. And what I reference here is the Yale Project on Climate Communication, and they have identified 6 general groups of Americans, and they survey the US population every year and look at perceptions of climate change. And this is something that is really important to keep in mind. It's something that I think about a lot whenever I talk to an audience on climate change. I always ask how people feel on this topic and get their background so I can understand how to frame my comments. But recognizing that a majority of the US population does feel that the climate is changing. But you do have a certain portion of the population who do not feel that way yet. But it is changing. We do see shifts over time. So just kind of to finish up here, these last series of slides go into this survey that was done by the Yale Project on Climate Communication. And so I'm showing you state level view. It does go down to the county level view. And so you can see the question there is at the top. So estimated percent of adults who think global warming is happening. The US aggregate number is 72%. For Nebraska, that number, so 66% of the Nebraska population, adults, think that global warming is happening. How many think that global warming will harm future generations? Okay, it's 71% for the US population, 66 for Nebraska. Okay, now you can see some color differences here. Percent of adults who think global warming is mostly caused by human activities. So about half the US population, a little bit more. So 57% of the US population think it's mostly caused by humans. This should be 100%, by the way. The scientific evidence, it should be 100%. So 52% of the Nebraska population feel it's mostly caused by human activities. Okay, percent of adults who think global warming is already harming people in the US now or within 10 years from now. Nationally, 56%. In Nebraska, it's below that, so 48%. Less than half of the population feel it's already harming people. Okay, again, this should be 100% because it's already here. Okay, you can see these colors, again, shifting toward a lower percentage. Percent of adults who think global warming will harm them personally, 43% nationally, 35% for Nebraska. So you can see the color here. So less than half of the US population feel that it will harm them personally. So there's a disconnect. People agree that it's happening. Less people agree that humans are causing it. And a very low percent of people feel that it will harm them personally. Note that this questionnaire was given in 2020. These are given every year. So in Nebraska, this was actually after the 2019 flood had occurred. And then finally, I think I have one more along this vein. How many people discuss global warming, at least occasionally? Very few people, like 33%. The population in Nebraska discuss it personally. This is exactly why I say one of the best things we can do about climate change is talk about it and talk about it in a meaningful, positive, constructive way. Okay, this map should not be blue. We want this to shift into a different color category. We want to normalize the conversation on climate change. Okay, so I'll end with some a positive note, a trend that's going in the right direction. When thinking about solutions, percent of adults who support regulating CO2, carbon dioxide, as a pollutant. So 75% of the US population feel that we should regulate CO2 as a pollutant. That's 71% in Nebraska. So this identifies public support for policy that could be implemented to mitigate climate change. Without regulating CO2, we'll have a very difficult time mitigating future climate change. Okay, and then finally, so just some considerations here and things to think about as we move forward. We must recognize that it is already here, and probably most of you joining in already do. I'm probably preaching to the choir in some of these comments that I have. And the fact that the sooner we act, the less risky it is, okay? Another issue is that planning and preparedness for Nebraska's climate future will be critical, right? I mentioned that our climate future is different, will be different than our climate past. So if our plans don't incorporate a climate future with these various projections, then we're not planning correctly. We will have impacts. We will not be prepared, and it will be more of a risk for us. And then finally, the fact that climate mitigation can occur in creative ways, right? Sometimes climate change is, it turns people off just from the beginning. And so not even framing it in a way of climate change, maybe you talk about a weather-ready Nebraska, or being resilient to severe weather events, or floods, or droughts, or environmental justice and preparedness, or tying it to human health and being more equitable. These are all ways that can mitigate climate change, in addition to improve our local communities. So if climate change in general, if using that umbrella and that language is a significant barrier, then my feeling is remove that language and frame it in a way that people are willing to talk about and are willing to pass legislation for. And I think that's the end of my slideshow here. There's my contact information. Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be a part of this, and I really appreciate you elevating climate change and inviting me to speak. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Shulsky. Okay, so if you're okay with it, I'm going to maybe get a couple questions and comments to use. Is that okay?
You bet. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if anybody wants to take down her information, let me know if you have not already. And we'll put that back up. So for now, let me get a couple questions here. We had some comments here from Lois. Stan Cox of the Land Institute has raised the concept that in order to mitigate climate change, we may need to institute rationing, such as what was done during World War II, for example, the use of resources. That question was from Ron.
Yeah, great question. So to me, this reminds me of, I was preparing for a talk at Creighton University, and it was on the Pope's encyclical, Laudato Si', and one thing that he really highlights is just consumerism and overextending our resources. And that's one thing that I do think about, and certainly could be part of the solution, is just thinking about how we consume various things, how we go about our daily lives, and what we consume should be thought about differently, because it is resource intensive. Of course, it varies depending on what specific aspect you're talking about, but just thinking about consumerism and where our purchases go, where we invest our dollars, I think is really important. So I think you raise a valid point. That can be a really tough one, because it goes against these messages that we get from society and advertising and buying things. But it's certainly, this is such a big issue that we're going to have to tackle it from multiple angles here. And to me, that's part of it.
Right. Thank you. Okay, here's Mark has a question here. How many towns in Nebraska are and should be planning on moving some or all of the town because of threats of floods? ? Should fossil fuel companies pay for those moves?
Yeah, good. Hi, Mark. Good question. So after the 2019 flood, I know that I believe it was FEMA was the agency that looked at different metrics and ranked communities in terms of risk. And so there's a numerical value that each community could look at and say, well, we're at this much risk, and should we be moving? And that's a tough one, because you brought up funding, who's going to pay for it, and then where do you go? Those are kind of the financial sides, and then thinking about these are people that you're moving, and maybe they've lived in this area for generations. And so that's there's that human and social science component to it as well. I don't have an exact number on how many towns in Nebraska, how many towns should. I mean, that's something that we could factor in, look at what communities are on the floodplain, and given those precipitation projections that I talked about, who will be at risk. And for some communities, it may come down to just getting, insurance. It might be way too costly, or you just can't insure your property because you're in a floodplain, and that floodplain zone is changing. So that's a great point. It's a complex issue. And yeah, thank you for bringing it up, Mark.
He also goes on to say Congress is talking about adding a price on carbon to the reconciliation package. Is that a good idea to reduce the burning of fossil fuels?
Yes, we emissions have to be reduced. If looking at the causation and how we mitigate climate change is emissions have to go down. We can't be we're at 423 or so parts per million carbon dioxide. We can't be there. We need to go back to levels that we were in 1995. So the way we do that is we stop burning, we transition, we consume less, we use less energy, we increase efficiencies, putting a cap on it.
Mm-hmm. So I found your charts quite interesting, me personally. I was just curious, and I think this kind of plays in to the whole COVID-19 thing as well in a sense, but why, this is a general question I'm just curious about, why is climate change political? How does it get that way? It seems to me like humans, on any side of the aisle could be concerned about this. Why is it so political?
They should. So the solutions to it does involve policy, essentially. What we do about it, that's where the politics come in. Therefore, if you disagree, if your perception is it's not happening, or it happens naturally and it's not us, then you don't have to do anything about, or in your mind you don't do anything about it. But I think the fact that there's behavior change involved, and the actions that we take does involve a political slant to it, and so that kind of bleeds into the science itself. But
Wow.
That's a good question. I'm a scientist by training. I was trained in meteorology and climatology and soils, and yet by far what I do most is just use social science and try and talk to people and convince them that science is real.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's fascinating to me that you have to convince somebody of that. Okay. So I appreciate that answer. Okay. So how about one or two more, and we'll wrap it up here. I appreciate your time. Climate change. Henry says climate change is far more dangerous than any terrorists, yet the mainstream media does not cover with the same seriousness, ? Some spread misinformation. Is it not why people do not see the danger?
Yeah, coverage on the media, whether local or national, is an issue. I know in the past, some broadcasting companies have chose to debate the science and will share screen time with those who deny climate change. So that feeds into the perception that, well, the science isn't clear and we don't know, and so we need to study it more, and pushes off the doing something about it. Just so how climate change is presented in the past was kind of on that equal footing of, yes, it's happening, or no, I'm not sure it is happening. So I think that's part of it. I think writing your, the companies that decide what news should we air is a good way to go, because climate in itself is not controversial. And so there's a weather segment on pretty much every news broadcast. There's no reason there can't be a climate segment. It's just it's lack of will, or the ability to describe climate in a tangible, understandable way could be, there's probably multiple barriers, but that would be great if, along with a weather forecast, there was also, how does this tie to climate change and what impacts are we seeing here? And just, again, normalizing that conversation, because it in itself is not controversial.
I love that. Yeah, I agree. That'd be fantastic to have that. Okay, Mark just has a couple really great little bits of information. In my lifetime, he says, CO2 has increased from 314 in 1956 to 414 ppm. This is a problem, he says. And then he also goes on to say, in my lifetime, CO2 has increased 314 to 414. This is the problem. That's why I'm writing to my senators, cclusa.org/Senate. Fantastic. Great links there. And like Dr. Shulsky said, yeah, I think making your voice known to your senators is important. So, okay. Well, with that, unless you had any final comments, where can people find you if they wanted to reach out to you? One more time.
Yeah. So they can find me on Twitter, MSHULSKI3. They can email me, mshulski3@unl.edu, or search Nebraska Climate. They can see other videos that I've done. 402-472-6711 is my telephone number.
Okay.
If you're interested in a presentation about Nebraska climate, to a different audience, I'm happy to oblige.
Okay, and once again, you can rewind this later and get that information if it was too fast for you. But we'll make sure to post that as well. Well, thanks again, Dr. Martha Shulsky, for joining us today. Great information. Thank you for sharing, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to turn the microphone over to Ron Todd Meyer. Thank you so much for joining us today during this Peace Conference. It's been a joy to be a part of it myself, and I appreciate you and Nebraska's for Peace. Here's Ron. Hello, Ron.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Mike, and we really appreciate Red Rebel Media and all that they've done to make this conference as successful as it's been. So
wonderful. My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just put some closing remarks here. Thank you for all of your participation today, especially all the presenters. Following this conference, we will make a short survey available that will let us know what you liked about our conference and how we should move forward. There's also a short survey to fill out if you would like to receive the CEUs for attending our conference. Both surveys will be made available on our Facebook page, but if you would like to either email to you directly, please contact our office. As we close this year's Peace Conference, we can reflect back on the more than 50-year history of Nebraskans for Peace that is in peacemaking. We sincerely thank each and every one of you for your continued participation and support. But just as a reminder, Nebraskans for Peace can use your help as we are member funded. And as Maggie mentioned in her fundraising appeal, we had the $5,000 matching fund from an anonymous donor, and our board raised over $6,000 of that. So we would like our membership to also step up and maybe raise that much for us too. So I would ask you all to consider this and consider a financial contribution to Nebraskans for Peace. You can donate online or send a check to our office. Again, thank you for joining us today, and let's all pledge to continue this much needed work of peacemaking and seeking justice. And as our presenters presented today, we have a full slate to fill the rest of our lives from this day forward. Thank you all.